Alright. Oof. It's been a fucking week so far, it feels like. Alright, hello, and welcome back to the latest episode of Rough Rolling, where rolling above a 10 is a blessing and rolling above a 15 is an act of God. I'm Gray, the Game Master, and as always, we're glad to have you back here to witness the latest antics of the Gate Crashers, which can generally be summed up by the Eric Andre shooting Hannibal Buress meme as far as the dice are concerned. So, why don't we get back into it? We're gonna be down a player for a little bit because some people are responsible and some people are responsible. So Barry, why don't you give us a refresher on what happened last time?
No. Yeah, okay. So we started in the dungeon that was beneath the dungeon. What was it called?
Temple of Veies.
We started in the Temple of Veies beneath the gauntlet test thingy that we did. And we explored around for a little bit, and we found this room. And in the room, there were a bunch of murals, and the murals depicted a guy who essentially was like giving his life and his soul to a dragon for power. And at the end of the mural, there was like a book of life thing. And we solved this really cool puzzle involving like using some other pictures that were in the room to cast the right spells. And once those spells were cast, then this giant head of this guy came up, kind of like the Wizard of Oz. And he was like, blah, 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 blah. You did really good. You might be good people, you might be bad. I don't know, I'm a talking head. And then he was like, here's a star map, and like, this might be where we're going. And then he said some other things. And then the doors closed, and he's like, but I've been talking for a while, and you didn't even think to leave. And now, you're gonna die. And then some big statues animated that were probably really, really scary at the time they were made, but we kind of just like smacked them around a bit and they died. And then, but we were still trapped in the room. But then a door opened. And in the room that the door opened into, there's like a chest, and the chest had this cool spell book, and then we were able to leave. But before leaving, Sven and Giru worked together to collapse the tunnels so that no one else could get back to the mural room and learn what they had learned. And then we kind of ended the session with me describing the book that Sven wrote with the writer guy up top, and then everyone else kind of went their separate ways. I think Giru and Vic went to the chapter house. Daxius went to the Dax house. I think Fernix went to the temple. I don't remember. And then Sven went to do his book thing. But Daxius is not going to be here, so you can't zoom in on that quite yet. Does that cover everything? Did I miss anything?
You did miss that you went into the Master's room, where I believe two people got hit by a lightning bolt.
Yeah.
Where you found a very old bottle of wine, which is 100% fucking water and vinegar by now, and the remains of a burnt journal belonging to Brother Marcus, who was the one speaking through the holographic illusion.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
there was also that thing that only I heard at the end, but
yeah, but it wasn't your recap though, Fernix. So back off.
yeah, exactly.
You know, I do want to add a correction. I don't really think
watch
Giru and Sven working together. I think it was more or less Giru just having like one of them special breakdowns and just smashing everything. So
could be that too.
Sure, maybe. Either way, I believe you guys used Stolf and Earth in order to seal up some of the tunnels back down into the sub-layer of the temple, and that was pretty much it for the moment. The plans as to what was going forward were a little bit in flux, so you guys have managed to work your way out of the temple. You have now split up. Sven is going off to do his book thing, which is technically happening presently as, time-wise is going. So, that leaves 3 other people here. So, who wants to start off this night?
What time is it?
Just a little afternoon.
I guess Vic and I are going back to the chapter house. Vic or sorry, I'm trying to get into character, guys.
It's gonna be one of them.
It's been a while.
Yeah. Vic, what business do you have at the chapter house?
Well, I think I was planning on dropping off some of my heavier gear and then heading over to the academy to see if we can start piecing some things together.
Yes, I think that's a good plan. I didn't even think about dropping off my gear. I was more so going to pester the postmaster to see if I had any letters come in.
Were you expecting any letters?
Not this early, but you never know. I think promptness is one of my strong suits. I'm there at a moment's notice to respond to anything.
Well, good luck with that then. But if you'd like to meet me at the library afterwards, it's right across the street, so.
May as well.
All right. So yeah, Fernix, you'll be breaking off away from the others.
Right. And I was like, what was it that was said last time? Because now I'm like, I'm having trouble remembering the proper names for some reason.
Proper names of...
There was a voice that spoke when I was leaving the last time.
Oh yes, the name that it asked the listener was Terex.
Right. Which I'm like, did we hear about someone named that? And if so, can I go throw it in that dwarf guy's face? No, not quite.
Give me a wisdom check, or well, excuse me. Basically giving a knowledge. Technically, it's not a knowledge check. You're more or less trying to remember anything that you've gone through. So we're just gonna go with wisdom, flat
okay.
wisdom. That is a very good check. However, nothing comes to mind related to that. Whether or not you could throw it in the Sworn of Azarian's face, that is very much up to you as to what you want to do with that.
Yeah, but maybe it's best to just let it roll off of his mind. I don't know. Feels like I should probably go to resolve that situation, but I do have this metal goop, so maybe there's someone I can ask at the chapter house about the metal goop.
Okay. Yeah, it's always possible.
Hmm.
So, basically at this point, the 3 of you, Daxius has already left. He and Sven have already gone off to do their own thing. So the 3 of you are at least, even if you're not staying there, you're stopping at the chapter house to do something before then splitting off.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna drop off my armor in my room, and on my way out of the chapter house again, I'm gonna rap on the bar and get the barkeep's attention. Call him here.
Drop some rhymes for us.
Sorry, what was that?
Drop some rhymes for us. You said you were gonna rap.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you definitely get his attention. It's not super busy. It's just a little afternoon, so you guys are not the only people in the common room at the present moment, but there's not a lot of other people in here. He wanders down, kind of gives you a look like, yeah, and?
If I was expecting any mail, Where would I pick it up?
Well, if it was coming to you addressed here, you would most likely have it delivered to you here. I know, your elven friend had something delivered to him by name to this location. And if not here, you would want to go over to the Reichspost building, which is, up the street a little bit.
Alright. Thank you. And, I'm gonna continue. I'm going to, walk across the street to the library.
Okay. Which I think, is that where Vic was going as well, was to the academy.
Right, I was following him.
And Fernix, are you, remaining here, or are you going to be going with them as well?
I suppose the academy would be a good place to ask as any.
Alright.
Is
You're
there no
able to,
music playing?
Say again?
Is there no music playing?
Yeah, there's music playing.
Oh, weird. I had to mute and then unmute the tab. Sorry.
You're able to head out into the streets, go down a couple blocks and onto the grounds of the Hattern Royal Academy of Magic. It's definitely a bit busy here. There are people moving about. It's the middle of the week, middle of the day, so there are classes going on, even if it's the height of summer. You're able to get into the library, one of the larger buildings on campus. And you guys have been in here a few times, so as you guys enter, the librarian, who has seen you at least a handful of times, kind of gives you that, like, yes, hello, and then you guys know the drill if you want her to find anything for you, or at this point you're left to your own devices.
Was looking for a section on Ion, particularly.
She isn't quite certain as you bring up the topic, but she says, you're most likely going to want to check in the possibly magical supplies section, and she kind of gives you like a bit of a direction over into the corner and says, if it's not in there, I would most likely check perhaps in maybe arcane history, and she gives you directions to that afterwards.
Thank you. What was it that you all were looking for? I have been here before.
Well, it's hard to say. I've got a lot of information now, but where to start exactly is somewhat difficult. I think perhaps trying to get some information on this whole birth of magic. I keep forgetting how you put it. But you mentioned the creation or the spread of magic through Veies. I want to see if there's any sort of link between that and perhaps any sort of draconic mythos or religion based on the dragons. I'm not exactly sure yet.
All right. Well, one step at a time, of course.
Perhaps a good start is seeing what different versions of that initial event are written about.
True, I'm only familiar with the version I was taught, but there are definitely many different ones.
Perhaps the older ones are a bit different. That sort of thing can change over time.
Yes.
You happen to know where the religious texts are?
Should be over this way.
Right. Well, I suppose I'll start there. I'll just kind of head over that direction.
Alright, and just so we can kind of cover where everybody's going, Giru, what are you looking for here?
I was actually going to research animal masks or aspect masks. They're kind of the same item, I think.
go and start piling up books from one of the shelves.
Yeah, weirdly enough, that actually might also fall into a similar category as the other ones. One of you guys was looking primarily for magical history. One of you is looking for magical items or magical supplies. And the last one of you primarily is also looking into magical items or supplies. So more or less you're going to be wandering in the same areas of the building right now. Everybody, I think, depending, it'll either be a knowledge religion or a knowledge arcana check in order to see what you can kind of come across here.
I would assume mine's arcana.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll go for that.
Okay. All right. And then Giru will make his at his leisure. Let's start with Fernix, since you have definitely rolled by far the highest. You're able to pull out a few books related to iron magic, well, iron supplies, as well as the stone itself. I want to say that there's like a singular book which contains a lot of this information, but in reality there isn't. It's kind of mixed across several different tomes related to several different topics. And strangely enough, despite you starting in like magical items and supplies, you end up pulling things related to travel, related to mining, related to history, because as you learn very quickly, iron is not necessarily a very common material here. It's actually extremely valuable and generally doesn't come in one state or another. It's usually crystallized, but how it's crystallized, the shape, the size, and its color, as well as its clarity, can generally predict what its abilities are. This doesn't seem to fall into any one of those categories. This is way too unformed, I suppose, almost completely unworked. Similarly, a lot of the stone, where it comes from is not necessarily a question, because a lot of people know where it comes from. The dwarves seem to pull a lot up in certain city-states. There's also a decent amount that comes from across the Taharan Sea. Excuse me. Get over to that page. Actually, across the Calderon Sea from the eastern shears, which is basically up back past the land of the frost giants, or from somewhere south of the roof of the world in Asori. The true source is an unbelievably heavily guarded secret, because the value of iron is so fucking high that people would kill for that in a way that they wouldn't for even for gold or jewels. You do get the sense that what you have your hands on is not necessarily common. I know, I guess, how do I put it? So, in our own world, coffee, when it was introduced to Europe during the late Middle Ages, early Renaissance, was introduced to the continent via the Ottoman Empire, and it came that way already pre-burnt. And this was done so that the beans could not then be used to be planted or studied. They were already functionally destroyed. This is kind of a similar thing, where it's like it's already worked before it ever gets out into the public, because letting that knowledge slip out is actually rather valuable. So what accounts there are mostly revolve around what the worked end product is. Give me just a d20. Just a flat random d20. Okay. Other than what I've already given you presently, you don't necessarily learn, at least unless there are specific questions, additional, other than that there might be possibilities of turning this into other things if only you had the right knowledge. If there are any specific questions, I could try to field those as well.
Yeah, like, I was going to see... So if this isn't matching up to the iron that's in the book, is it possible this is unworked?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right. Okay, then. I guess, does anything... So, does anything here go into what the processing methods are? Or...
Not necessarily. I guess this kind of wraps into the whole Ottomans burning the coffee beans kind of thing.
Right.
Where they try to keep that, because that knowledge in and of itself is also pretty valuable. Working, not necessarily the finished stone, but then like what to do with it once you actually get your hands on it, that's available. Like, oh, this type has this kinds of effects, this is how you can use it in this kind of armor or worn gear. With this, there's a pretty much a dearth of information, and it seems to not necessarily be by accident. It seems to be that this information is pretty well guarded. It does mention that the kind of arcane influence that emanates from it is usually pretty powerful, and that it gives a lot of possibilities, which I think is its greatest value, is that it's not limited to necessarily one thing or another. It's, as long as you have enough of it, it's functionally boundless possibilities.
Okay. Well, I guess that's all I have for now. But if I rolled good enough on my check, I'd probably grab books for the others as well.
Vic, you were looking primarily into the mythology, the source. Anything else on top of those?
I mean, the big thing was trying to, I guess the idea was trying to find something that, like, very closely matches the depiction that we saw of, either just the, like, the font of magic and the birth and creation of it, as well as just anything that might kind of fit with, the other murals, like the dragon, the tail of the dragon murals as well. And in particular, just looking in places where there might be some sort of a link between those sort of things. So maybe like religious texts about, any sort of dragon religions or draconic cults or something like that that might have a story of this type, or that sort of thing.
Okay. Well, when it comes to like the font of magic, the wells of magic, there's obviously information on that. That's actually relatively common, because there are obviously ones that are controlled within civilized society. The closest being in Balaloom, which is, a few weeks travel from here. But there's also one, well, technically two if you count the one in Faria, wells that are within human control, and then the one on at Talaboth on Talmar and the Taharan Sea, which is controlled by technically all three of the Elven kingdoms, but let's just say one of them has more control than the other two. So basically the belief is that the arcane which pervades the world actually comes from somewhere within the actual planet itself. Like, it's almost like a circular movement of arcane, and in much the same way that creatures are born, they live, they die, they return to the earth, and then they are born again. It is a large cycle. You also learn that there definitely used to be more of them, and that they have been either lost over the years or have simply fallen as certain locations, cities, or even continents were just obliterated, abandoned, or invaded. As it comes to the actual story that you've seen, it's not necessarily very familiar. There are definitely, that seems to be a common theme, especially among human literature, of the hero's quest, kind of, the search for knowledge or power, and what one is willing to sacrifice in order to get that. That's not necessarily an uncommon thing. Nothing necessarily lines up specifically with this depiction. And the one thing that stands out is that if you try to look into like the draconic religion side, trying to find anything that resembles the creature that was depicted is, you come up with nothing. Because generally speaking, the colors of dragons are pretty fixed. They're usually one color and that's pretty much it. This one was basically every single color at the same time, which that is definitely not a common thing. However, some of the stories that you read, at least even if you're just skimming, it kind of gives you an idea that perhaps this might have been a metaphor for man, like just period, mankind period.
Man period.
With the rise of power, the rise of kingdoms, the corruption of kingdoms, and then the fall of kingdoms. Perhaps that might just be the influence of an elven upbringing telling you that. It's also a very cynical way of looking at it, as well as being simply a reflection of mankind's hubris back upon himself. But the iconography of the offering of one's heart seems to have meaning. Like, that seems to have meaning beyond just, oh, this is a metaphor. No, the heart being tied to one's soul or being, and the losing of one's self comes up. You weren't able to find too much related to actually like what beliefs dragons have. There are a few names, some of which I believe you as players are most likely familiar with, and some that are not. Although in this library there does not seem to be nearly as much information, and the Draconic Pantheon seems to be a bit limited. Might be simply a reflection on the availability of that knowledge among, bipedal creatures. As dragons are generally rather secretive, they are generally pretty well at hiding themselves, and there aren't nearly as many of them as there used to be, if stories are to be believed.
Okay. We might need to take a minute to think, if you want to skip and come back to me in a minute.
Okay. Alright, Giru, you are up. You were looking for, and also give me, I believe yours would be a knowledge arcana roll in order to try and find things here in the library.
Actually gonna ask the librarian.
Okay.
I'll roleplay this. So, I've heard rumors of a magical item called an aspect mask, and they're typically made by craftsmen. And I was wondering if the library had any sort of local knowledge about the history in the region of this region's history of them. If I were looking for a local craftsman.
Okay. She kind of looks to you and she's like, well, if you're looking for some kind of magic item, I can definitely point you in that direction. I'm not too familiar with the specific item as it goes, but if it's something that requires certain magical skills in order to put together, I would assume that arcane craftsmen might be better to perhaps consult a local craftsman as well. Specifically, probably Reese Black. I believe he's the one that knows most about that kind of thing. If not, if I had to guess, perhaps look into the druidic section. As if it's related to perhaps the channeling of actual animals through a magic item, perhaps it takes, say, knowledge of the wilds in order to actually tame.
Well, if you're familiar with, the adventurers known as hunters, they have a certain skill called an animal focus, where they're able to channel the abilities of a particular animal. And the aspect mask is more or less that, and channels that ability into something somebody else could wear. And it's usually region specific on what types of animals are made. So I will go check the druid section. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, now it actually technically would not be a knowledge arcane. I believe it would be a knowledge nature.
Sure. Hey, that's pretty good.
There it is, first one for the night.
Rudimesh forgets he's holding the book upside down.
I'm assuming somebody corrects you eventually. Or they just look at you like you're insane. Need to look through some of these names. I love it how I have so many different NPCs. Okay. You don't necessarily get a lot of information. Like, you don't get a singular name. You can definitely tell that in the area, the primary animals that you believe a mask like this would be made to reflect would probably be either wolves, bears, or stags. It's heavily forested, thus acts as a pretty good hunting ground, as well as a fertile place for creatures like elk, reindeer, black-tailed deer to survive as well. You at least get the idea that perhaps it would be wise to consult with somebody who's a lot more familiar with that, which give me just a flat D20.
You got it, boss.
You at least remember that Sven had to put up his tiger with somebody who had an expertise with animals. And generally speaking, people who work with dangerous animals like that are not, numerous. So perhaps that mightn't be the worst lead.
Right now, Gurumesh is weighing the options of going to Reese Black or seeking out Sven. I don't believe Gurumesh currently knows where Sven is. I know he's doing his book, but
I probably would have told you where he's gonna be.
Well, I guess it would be in character for Gurumesh to interrupt. So,
Please don't.
Gurumesh, you said I knew where you were. We're going.
But I rolled a 48.
You're getting roped into the roleplay. I'm gonna go track down Sven.
I would like to request that I have Lugo with me, and I told Lugo, field any questions in my stead. I can't be interrupted during this.
Sure, why not? So,
not to try and get out of roleplay.
Rugamesh, you're like, well, I think I listened when he told me, but then again, there's maybe 3 places in this town that he would probably go, so let's start at the one place I think would be most likely, which is the Lion and Lady Tavern. So you go right off campus, right across the fucking street, and into the Lion and Lady. Which is where you find him, and as you're making for where he sits, speaking with 2 other people who are also magically having recorded everything he is saying at least one time, because he seems to go back and repeat to make sure that each sentence is recorded in more than one way as to make sure the meaning is communicated properly. You get over to the table, and that's when like you have a hand grab your shoulder and say, "Hey, what do you want?"
Hey, Lugo. I'm looking for Sven, and I start jumping up and down with my hand going, Hey, Sven! Hey!
Yeah, he can see you. He's just a little busy at the moment. What do you want?
Trying to figure out where he stashed Sasha.
Oh,
Lugo would know.
outside of town there's a stables not far off the road. Imperial horses. There's a elven or half-elven man that works there. Seems to be pretty... He's good at what he does.
Oh, half Elven? Does Vic know him?
I don't know if it works that way, but why don't you go ask him? I'm sure he'll absolutely love to field that question for you.
I feel like Vic would just know all of the half Elven people in this city.
Oh yes, that's indeed how it works. Yes.
Giru is not going to go find Vic. I'm not committing to the bit that far. But he's going to go outside to the stable to look for Sasha.
It's not difficult to find. There is a sign on the main road leading southwest, which reads Imperial Horses, and you're able to go back to a stables which is set back a good 5 or 6 minutes walk off of the main road. And here you can definitely find that it is a working establishment. The doors to the main stables are open, and you can kind of see grooms moving about. Nobody really stops you or anything. They just assume you're here to look for something, and you hear the calls of somebody working out in the fields, which is where you find a very live, very long-haired half-elven man, basically using what I can only liken to a big fucking stick with something fluffy on the end to jump Sasha around to get her to do things. Because
That's a big cat toy.
that's it, it's a big fucking cat toy for a big fucking cat.
Hey there, friend. I'm talking to Sasha, and I'm gonna reach my hand out to try and get her attention. And of course, I'm rolling handle animal.
Sven, you can determine what your familiar does.
I got on that one, so have fun with it.
I think she sniffs at his hand and visibly recoils and does that thing that cats do where it's not a hiss, but it's they kind of back off and give them a weird look.
She never was quite familiar with me, and then I reach out my hand to the half elf and say, "I'm Giru. I'm a accomplice of Sven's."
The man who's working it, who had just finished basically bringing the cat down so that she could bound over to what the fuck is this? Kind of sees how she reacts to you and kind of reacts to you somewhat similar, like do you smell or something? Kind of like a look.
Giru wipes his hand off on his pants real quick and sticks it back out.
The man at least is pretty to look at, even by elven standards. His hair is kind of a golden blonde. He's thin and standing shirtless at the moment because working outside in the height of fucking August. He just kind of looks to your hand, looks to you and says, "Yeah, how can I help you?"
Well, aren't you fucking majestic? I heard you were the one who knew about animals, and I am looking for some expertise.
Yeah, sure.
Are you familiar with any sort of magical craftsmen that do animal sorts of work? If I wanted to have a mask that turned me into a bull per se, do you know of anyone who could create such an item?
Probably. There's some people who live out in the woods around here I'm kind of familiar with.
I could probably make it worth your while, and I start jiggling one of the vials of like the slime.
He kind of looks at it and says, well, I don't know what that is, but like, more along the lines of like, you might get out there and they might tell you to fuck yourself. Because, you know, druid people are kind of like that. They don't like once you come on their, you know, turf. Yeah?
Yeah? Well, maybe you could make an introduction for me. I've got some lion's teeth that I think might be right up your alley.
Right? What would that be?
You're working with Sasha, that's the type of lion.
How do you know Sven?
Sven would probably say we're drinking buddies, but you know, we go on adventures together. We fought, you know, we killed some circus people.
Why are you killing circus people, man?
They were evil. They kidnapped one of our friends.
Yeah, I guess it's Connie's for you. You know, small hands, smell like cabbage.
They're also into human trafficking, like not even like the normal amount, just kind of a lot. I don't know if you've met Lugo, but he's this guy we picked off the street and kind of, you know, took him around the countryside. I don't really know where his home is, but Sven's kind of his caretaker.
Yeah, speaking of human trafficking,
You guys are awful.
You kidnapped this man to work for pennies.
Yeah, sure.
Yep, forced him. Gunpoint.
Apparently, he's become one of the, you know, the country's greatest gamblers, so to speak. He rolled up in a gilded chariot with, I think it was 16 horses to the governor's mansion.
12. The other 4 were on holiday.
Oh. Times are tough, you know, when you can only employ 12 horses instead of 16.
Right. Well, let me put it this way, man. As long as you got the money to pay them, I'll probably make an introduction. Probably charge you like 10% just to, you know, make that introduction and make sure you don't leave with, you know, fewer fingers than you went in with. Yeah?
I didn't realize the Druish were so concerned about money that they were into nature and stuff. I was maybe hoping to pay with, you know, my vials of acidic slime.
Yeah, I think there's like a cost to making magical stuff, man. Just like
Alright.
regular. Yeah.
Well, I suppose I could pay your finder's fee and settle up with the Druish later.
Like druid, man. I don't think they use the word druish. That's weird.
Is it? Are you druid? Are you a druid?
No. Do some ranger in, but no.
Dang. Well, we could use a ranger on our squad.
Right, well, look, if you're serious, I can probably, like, send some messages and, I don't know, when are you free next couple days?
Yeah, sure. Our leader is also a half elf. He'd be happy to make some He'd be happy to be introduced to you. He's staying at the Valliere chapter house. He's very famous actually. Most people would probably know him. His name is Vic'Talion.
Here's his home address and his social security number.
Right, yeah, I don't know who that is.
Oh, well, we just cleared the gauntlet. Apparently, it was like one of the historical defining moments for the country, and they're throwing they thought about throwing a huge parade, but I guess maybe it got canceled. I don't know. It was pretty sad.
Give me a bluff.
Sven cried.
Give me a fucking bluff.
You don't believe me?
That's a pretty big claim. Oh,
I gotta oppose that.
He's like, okay, yeah, I mean, I didn't really hear about that, but that sounds pretty fucking cool, man.
Yeah, well, if I could just... Sorry, I didn't catch your name?
It's Ewan. Ewan Longman?
Ewan Longman. I'm writing that down. I have no idea how to spell that, but...
Raised by my mother's side. The human side. Elves like
Well,
can usually fuck off most of the time when it happens.
Wait. Is Longman because you're so tall?
No, man, just took my mother's last name.
Oh. Well. Anyways, thank you, Ewan. If you could point me in the directions of the druids, unless you wanted to come accompany me.
Oh, no, bro. I'm gonna send them some messages so we don't get shot on the way there.
Oh, I won't get shot. I'll be fine.
I don't believe that for a second.
I'll take your word for it.
Alright, man, just, I don't know, catch up maybe sometime tomorrow. Hopefully I'll get an answer by then.
Sure.
And, tell Sven his cat's doing real good. Yeah.
I'll tell him. I'll tell him that. But I gotta tell you, it seems like tomorrow is gonna be like a week away or something.
Yeah. Feels like that, man. You smoke a lot too?
What?
You smoke a lot too?
Not currently.
Oh,
I'm gonna roll sleight of hand to try and get whatever this guy is smoking, because Gilgamesh is gonna try it.
I'll tell you that his pants are fucking tight. Like, you would have to basically roll me a nat 20 to find anything on it.
Well, you know, Gilgamesh can always make the excuse that he was reaching for something else, just as a thank you. Does the 30 get it?
First of all, there's nothing on him to take. So you reach around and basically grab at his ass, and I mean, I feel like he notices you get close, and he's like, "Oh, bro, I don't do that kind of work anymore, man."
Oh, that's customary in dwarven culture. I'm sorry. And
That's
then,
cool, man. Just yeah, I'm not I don't do that stuff anymore.
oh no, I was not suggesting any of that.
Right,
I'm not like Sven.
I don't think Sven's ever taken a pass in me, man.
That's not what he wrote about you in his diary, but
I wouldn't be surprised if he keeps a diary. I would be surprised if he said anything about me.
Where does he keep finding these diaries?
you'll just have to ask him about it.
Fucking Joel. You just hear Daxius in the distance. Fucking Giru! What are you doing?
I'm not sexually harassing business owners, despite what Daxius thinks.
Oh man, look.
It was an accident. My hand fell. It was like one of those Japanese animes where, you know, the main character fall straight on, like, you know, the female protagonist's boobies. You know, y'all know what I'm talking about. Everyone's out online, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I have no idea what you're talking about, you weirdo.
Right? Anime is this really cool new thing from Japan, and it's like cartoons, except it moves at a much slower frame rate. And, you know, it kind of sometimes looks like a PowerPoint slideshow, but then all of a sudden, like this, yeah.
Especially when they're 3D. They really challenge the bounds of what is considered animation.
But my cousin, who's 45 and living in his mother's basement, said it's like the peak of cinema. So,
it's nice.
You telling me to watch this thing?
Right, though.
Neon Genesis Evangelion? Apparently there's a bunch of really hot 14-year-old girls in it, but
I don't know. There is that one kid that got really gay with the main character, made me uncomfortable.
that was honestly the Kaoru parts were the best part of Evangelion. So
It was pretty great.
it was the only age-appropriate relationship in the entire show.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
For all of the one episode he was in.
There's the movie.
Yeah.
The one movie. I didn't see the other ones.
I don't want to talk about the rebuilds.
Yeah.
Anyways, Gilgamesh is going to take his leave and head back to whoever's role-playing next.
I was like expecting that to lead into, and then Gilgamesh just rips into them like Unit 1, and you're like, oh, here we go.
Just hear Sasha bitching in the background as he leaves.
Sasha's telling you in that I made up all of that stuff.
Yeah, and he doesn't speak cat, so you know. All right, you depart. Fucking Jesus.
I heard things have been interesting since I've been gone.
Yeah. Just there's been some things that probably involve HR.
Hey, I am HR, or at least I will be in a month.
Oof.
Nice.
That's not a good. Most people will be like, "Oh, congratulations," and you said "oof."
HR. Anywho, yes, you're able to
Good
make
job,
sure-
Azonia.
Yeah, as long as I work for Amazon. You're able to make your way out, back towards town. Meanwhile, the other two of you are pretty much you're left in the library for now. Is there anything else you want me to field question-wise, or?
I don't know that it's a good question, but so I understand that it's not clear exactly when Veies appeared, like deity-wise, but is there like a consensus on when the legends started appearing?
Well, Veies is actually one of probably the earlier gods. Once like magic started, the arcane started to form like actually on the planet, it seems that the god thereof sort of followed it. So legends probably started more or less around the same time. So we're talking back in a time period where there basically aren't any records.
This is like pre-calamity type timeline. Okay.
They have not necessarily always been a very prominently worshipped goddess, primarily due to like what they represent, and also the fact that magic is obviously very powerful and very useful as a tool, but it's also kind of capricious. It can just as easily bite your hand off as it is to grow you a new one, and I guess that kind of lends to the duality of this kind of a god, a deity. I think through what you read, you get the idea that they were worshipped a little more prominently in ages past, and that sort of fell off going into the second era, especially with the rise of Aetheric.
Okay. And is it safe to assume that there's probably not going to be a whole lot of, historical documents related to times pre-calamity?
Not really. For obvious reasons. Considering the amount of time that it's been, and also, well, what usually survives an apocalypse. Although, give me a knowledge history.
Yeah, I think that's one of the ones they don't have.
Then give me either an intelligence or a wisdom. This is something that you, as a half-elf, would probably be aware of.
That works.
The elves keep a decent amount of knowledge when it comes to things that are pre-calamity. You haven't you've spent a lot of your time in elven lands, but there's a difference between spending time in elven lands and spending time in elven cities around significantly older elves and integrating into their society. So you have spent more time among humans, but your knowledge, either through your father or through other people that were in your hometown, you definitely know that there are elves who are fucking old enough to have lived in that time period and are still alive today. And secondly, that they're the kind of people who would keep that kind of knowledge. Or if you're looking for something of that kind of caliber of value, the places you're going to want to look, weirdly enough, might come from the Valliere society, but most likely not in Innsbruck. That would probably fall into, probably not the Veiled Archive, but That'd be the Silver Solarium, which is an organization within the Valliere Society which collects highly valuable knowledge, as well as also very dangerous artifacts and pieces of knowledge as well. They sort of operate a lending library slash Museum of Natural History slash Smithsonian Institute in Portazar. If they don't know it and the elves don't know it, it doesn't exist, is more or less.
Okay. Yeah. I'm trying to make connections here, but I don't know if any of them are actually in a valid direction. Might be something I'll have to pick up later. But
Fernix?
Well, I guess that was the one thing that I was thinking, and just while we're remembering past details, I'm like, wait, we pulled the stuff out of the wall behind the one mural.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't check the other, 11 murals in the room. Can I just remember, did we actually see if any of the other ones had, the same, coloration that was happening with that one?
The part that you pulled the ion out of in the last mural actually came from, the cover of the grimoire that had the word life written on it in Old Elven. You didn't notice any other, similarly inset pieces in any of the other murals.
Okay. Gotcha. Alright. As long as I'm just, silently thankful and, I don't have to dig through all of that shit just to go and
check now.
Flip behind the walls and then go, fuck, and go crawl back out.
But
cover it back up.
One thing I will give you is, remember where you got the largest lump? You pulled it out of the center of a construct.
Yeah. That was... I thought it was from the sconce in the gauntlet.
Yeah, the animate cauldron.
Okay. Right. Yeah, because that thing was just... It was functionally a trap, but it was definitely doing stuff. I guess I didn't really differentiate if the fire being flung at us was regular fire or magical fire. It was just fire.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, then, I guess if I don't have stuff that I can immediately research related to that, how about mapping out where that, the star map that we saw down in the temple leads?
Okay. Do you have either knowledge history or knowledge geography?
Nope.
And
neither one. Okay.
Oh boy. Font of that. Yeah, no, those are probably the two. So we're gonna just make this a base, either wisdom or intelligence check.
I'll go for wisdom and give myself the guidance too. Actually, does that apply to ability score checks? Nope, sure doesn't. So it wouldn't matter, even if I did. Yeah.
What is within that one's the session?
It's just we're all really lucky this session.
Apparently.
Oh, I'm planning a route, I'm sure.
You're I'm gonna go with that you're not really able to find anything to reference rather than you come out with a incorrect conclusion.
Yep, I just keep on coming up with basically tourist traps that are on the way.
Mm-hmm. You keep looking for legitimately looking for maps of stars against which to refer to them, and it's like, none of these make any fucking sense, and you keep going to the next one, and it makes no more sense, and you're like, I thought I fucking worked on ships when I was a kid.
Nah,
Nope.
worked loading them.
Yeah.
It's not quite the same.
No, it's not.
Yeah. Well,
Probably.
I do have a gosh damn awful sense of direction. I guess, fuck it. I'ma just, like, look around real quick and make, like, a wall of books, and then just take out the iron ore, because we just got it. And, let's see. Well, we bombarded it with detect magic.
We should definitely shut up.
Can I, like, twist part of it off? Or is it just all one piece now?
Oh no, you're able to, like, almost, like, it is weirdly malleable, so you're able to, like, actually twist a piece off, and it kind of gives, like, a kind of a wet sound as it comes apart into two pieces.
Yeah. I look a little uncomfortable with that, like, reminds me of too many things seen tending to wounds, and
Kinda, yeah.
I'm just gonna plop it down on the table and be like, all right, let's see how you react to some individual magic. And I pop a guidance on him.
Guidance is that's just a cantrip, right?
Yep. Let me actually throw that out there. It's a divination, actually.
Okay. It seems to almost not necessarily absorb the energy, but you're able to see like a bit of a sheen off of it. So it seems to, like, in the same way that you would see it off of other people that you've cast it on, it seems to react the same way.
Okay. Interesting. Because I'm like, normally that spell only works on creatures. So I'm gonna take the majority of it and kind of like box it back up, and then just like cup it over in my hand and take it over to where Vic's doing research, and I'm just gonna plunk it down and be like, testing to see how magically reactive this thing is. What sort of spells did you know again?
Well, it's a good mix of things, but did you have anything specific in mind?
I suppose the only other spell that I have I can just freely throw out would be the Transmutation School. But anything other than detect magic, read magic? Do you have light?
No, I do have light. I could cast invisibility on it if you'd like to see what happens there.
Sure. I have no idea at this point, but
just perhaps hold it in your hand so it doesn't get lost.
Oh, sure. Just make sure you're touching it and not me.
Yes, of course. And I'll just kind of gently just touch the top of it and cast the spell.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'll be detecting magic.
Alright. You cast a spell on it, touch down onto its surface, and it vanishes. Fernix, you're still able to feel it in your hands.
Mm-hmm. It's definitely still there. That one works with objects, I believe.
Yes.
Guidance, though. That doesn't normally work on objects. And it worked on this thing. I'm trying to figure out what that means exactly. But it is very interesting.
Yes. I wonder if it's... I mean, I'm not quite as knowledgeable as you are in this regard, but it seems as though it's more flexible, for lack of a better word. It's able to do things that most objects couldn't, so perhaps it can, to some extent, be interacted with in a way magically that does not necessarily fit for objects of its kind. Likely because it's unworked, if I had to guess.
It is what I'm finding, I believe. Or at the very least, it doesn't match up with Vic'Talion, and it seems similar enough. I look around again, having said that. But, yes, it does exhibit many of the properties of a soft metal, just also magnetism, sort of.
This was at the, when it got stuck on the little, inlay back in the temple.
Right. And the sconce from the gauntlet that was flinging fire at us. Rather accurately, I might add.
So, I remember that as well.
Right.
Perhaps, someone at the society might have a bit more, knowledge when it comes to working with this sort of substance.
Is worth a check. Although, I don't know if I'm quite up to going over there today.
Yes, got a lot of, well, the time in the temple was certainly, enlightening in a way, but, appears to have highlighted more questions than answers.
Right.
If nothing else, it's confirmed that the Ark is no longer in the city. But
Yes.
where to
And
go
there's-
from there?
There was another name I was wondering if maybe you might be more familiar with than I. It just looks around for a pen or some sort of writing implement.
There would be stuff available like that in here. If not necessarily exactly where you're standing, but a table nearby where notes can be jotted down.
Yep. And I'm like, I could have sworn I wrote down that guy's name. Yeah, Terex. It's, the name that Fernix jots down on a scrap of parchment. It's just like, I think there was a general in front of that.
Sounds very, very familiar. Don't know why.
I thought I heard something, I don't know what, when I was leaving the temple. I didn't know what to think of it at the time. But now I'm wondering if maybe we might not be going off on a wild goose chase if we're following the star map. It sounded like he was apprehending somebody.
Well, the letters seem to, from the initial, when we initially found them, seems as though it's General Rodard that's was being referenced. I'm not seeing anything from, as far as Terex.
But at a game, was there a general in front of that?
No.
Okay, never mind. And scratch that. I think that's a detail I added. It was a lot of input at once. And I was trying to remember if we'd heard anything.
The name sounds familiar, but I can't say that I remember exactly from where. Perhaps I'm imagining things.
Well, it's something else to keep in mind. But, well, for all we know, it was beneficial interaction. Didn't really sound like one, but it could have been. At any rate, let me know if you have anything else to research. Maybe I will run my way over to the society real quick, just in case someone there actually happens to know about this stuff.
So I was trying to find some sort of context that might match up with what we saw in the murals, but I'm afraid I'm not quite sure where to even begin with that. The main thing that I sort of came to, I suppose, if I had to guess, the dragon represented in the various murals may not be a literal dragon, but more of a metaphor for a powerful entity, or maybe not a person entity, but a organization entity, or a society entity that offers the same sort of metaphorical path to power. But given the age and the magical context, I was thinking perhaps it was something calamity related. But
it does seem odd, the parallels between the two figures.
Yes. And clearly there has to be some sort of link to Veies. Or perhaps otherwise we would just have to think that whoever crafted these murals just set up a story for 5 consecutive lines and sections, and then suddenly decided to switch gears and tell the story of Veies. But how exactly that links up, it's not clear. And I don't know that we're going to have an easy time getting any information about the calamity, but...
Well, I suppose there's a little more to ask at the society then.
Yes, certainly better than asking the elves, I suppose. Perhaps we'll see if something at the Silver Solarium has some willingness to spread some information.
Yes. We're more likely to hear back, well, while we're still young anyway.
Indeed. Suppose I'll be hitting that way as well.
In that case, let's see if Giru's finished up.
I think he left not long ago.
Oh.
Or a while back, actually.
Oh, well, I hadn't noticed. I thought he was awfully quiet. Unusually
he said
so.
something about a
Thankfully
mask. Yes. It was.
Oh.
That's why we were able to get the research
The
done.
mask is...
Is that thing that Sven can do that I've seen him do, I want to say twice. You could probably get some help with that from him. Just take whatever animal type magic he has and just shove it in there.
Yes, perhaps Sven could assist with that. But I believe he said something about heading towards the stables or the animal master of the city. Perhaps we'll see him back at the society.
Good place to wait as any. Suppose I could probably use a beer after all this.
And I think Sven might need to be found again. And I haven't seen Daxius in a while either.
He had his thing with the mayor's people. What was it about? Oh, the book, right?
The book of the tale.
It is actually
something.
I can't really fathom being a character published in a book. It seems almost strange.
I'm concerned about that as well, but hopefully it only goes to the right people.
Yeah, you're not feeling as old as I am, right?
I mean, I am quite old, by certain standards.
Older
Yep.
than me in years, anyway.
Yes, I don't think that was what you meant, though.
Right.
I don't know. I try not to worry about that stuff too often.
Well, as long as we're not being passed about on anybody's shoulders like some sort of returned heroes, I suppose. I
It would be
can
very
deal
very
with it.
awkward. Yes.
Yes. I don't really care for the touchy-feely things, especially with the crowds. People's hands are never washed.
No, the crowd outside of the gauntlet was quite unique, though. Was
Yes.
the burliest holy men I've ever seen.
Yes, he is rather strapped, that one.
Oh, the one fellow. Yes.
Hmm.
But all of them over at that red temple were. Well, most of them were rather large.
Good fighting priest, from my understanding. So, probably pays to be a little more ripped when you're one of the holy people of the gods of battle.
Yes, is that large circular building an arena, or was that just part of the temple itself?
That is
I
the
think
arena.
that's yes, that is the arena, right?
I've never been inside myself.
Mhm.
I've seen it a few times, though.
Well, did they have the event later this week, or was that the one that was for newer people?
There is the arena competition tomorrow, if that's what you're
Oh.
referring to.
Well, suppose that might be as good a time as any.
Yes, I believe we had intended on signing up for that.
Yes, I think I can probably squeeze in the time myself. Speaking of which, I suppose we are burning daylight here, shall we?
Yes, we'll have to find some time to discuss with the rest of the group. Battle plans. So yeah, I guess we just head back to the chapter house. After being assaulted by cats.
Yep.
It's all the same to him. He's like, you're picking me up and wiggling me around. Oh, cool, I'm getting pet. Like, no, stop getting up here. Just having the time of his life.
Welcome, Joel. You've joined at a fun time to listen to Rugamesh sexually assault someone.
I did
seems
not
so,
sexually
yes.
assault anyone. Those were all allegations, and nothing was proven.
I have the video proof to prove it.
Oh yeah, let's see it. Let's see it right here and right now.
Did they?
There's a clipping feature on Twitch, I'm sure.
There is, yeah. So you went back to the party's house.
Actually, I might do a little bit of house cleaning shopping first. Not a lot, but so I'm gonna veer off from the going to the house, and I want to just find a quiet building somewhere. Just climb up it
Sure.
using the rope.
Furniture shopping.
Yes, it's on the list.
All right.
Just find a quiet place, and I want to start writing a letter to someone back home.
Okay.
It's not like an affectionate letter, though. It's more of like a formal like request from the Valliere Society. I'm going to be sending this to Cyrus, Cyrus Heitzbolt. Basically saying that, hello. Basically, I can get the finer details about the letter to you later, if that's more convenient. But basically, the TLDR is if you have any information on the whereabouts of this arc, since you have like a big collection of magic items, the Valliere Society would love an audience with you if you happen to find any information on it, or even have it in your collection.
Okay.
I'm going to go to the post office and deliver that. Once it's finished.
Sure. It'll probably cost you like maybe like 2 gold in order to send it.
Awesome. I don't know how long that takes me, but I don't know how long I don't know how long it's been since the beginning of the session.
It's only been maybe 2 hours in total.
About 3 years.
Forever.
Damn, I missed quite a while.
So many people have died and come and
Yeah, we're level 25 now.
Damn, you just left me in the dirt. I'll just stay content at level 7, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Fine. Still inspire courage.
Yeah, that'll get me through it.
Need the plus
And
one.
I'd also want to go to the a nearby magic shop, and I want to buy. So I'm gonna walk into the stores and just ask, what's your stock on messaging scrolls? You have a lot of those in the back room?
Yep, you'll be able to find those. What is that in this? That'd be sending.
No, just message, like the cantrip.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you don't even need to go to you don't even need to go to the menagerie. You could buy that off of basically a hedge wizard there in the Flagstone Market.
Awesome. I'm gonna get enough so all of my followers and Natari have 2.
Okay.
Which I calculated as 125 gold, so I'll mark that off.
Okay.
And then I want to go to the Dax house, whenever that's completed.
Okay. So, the rest of you, I think Sven, you're probably going to be working on the book for another 2 hours in game.
Mhm.
So the rest of you arrive back at the chapter house, having finished with your various tasks, whether you're now basically killing time or you're here to actually speak with people. The floor is yours. Well, don't everybody talk at once.
I was gonna say, I thought we were going to the chapter house.
Yeah, this is a chapter house.
And that they were. Oh. Well.
Yep, you, Giru, and Vic, I believe, are all going back to the chapter house. Daxius, you're going back to the party house, and Sven, you are still at the Lion and Lady.
Mhm.
Daxius, you have a few hours until the dance competition.
I'm going to just kind of relax in those 2 hours.
What time is it in game?
If you're just finishing the tasks that you were working through, about 2 in the afternoon.
I'm gonna stop by the auction house to see if my piece has gone up yet.
Okay, which piece was that?
It was, I think it was an opal necklace or a ring. I think it may have been the opal ring. It was an opal something. Opal ring with a 750 reserve, and it's valued at 1,000 GP.
Okay. Give me a d20.
Has any bonuses?
No, this is just a flat d20.
You know, I've already rolled 2 nat 1s. This is where the universe gives me the nat 20. See?
I mean, there's a 2 there. It's almost a nat 20. It's
Almost.
missing a 0.
Almost. You know, can I use an inspiration point?
I guess theoretically you can.
What would that entail? Because I do not want to accept a 2 on this.
Well, this was basically a chance roll.
Was
figuring out, like, A, if it had gone, and B, if it had gone, actually sold.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It has not
So
gone up yet.
Okay, that's
Yeah, the
There we
2
go.
means that it hasn't gone up yet.
okay. I'm okay with that then.
You learn that it'll probably go on up about 4 o'clock, not too long before they're gonna close.
Is there anything interesting up for auction right now? I know you didn't prepare anything.
Yeah. Not necessarily. Decent amount of it's more decorative, unless you're very interested in rugs and tapestries.
I'll buy something for the Dax house. What's the most? Are there any ornate tapestries going up?
Buy something super gaudy.
Give me another
Anything-
D20.
Anything dwarven? That's what Garugamesh is looking for. Something that might remind him of, Dagdorium, perchance.
I'm going to say that there is a tapestry that is going up that most likely is dwarven in origin. It seems to be a split perspective of the dwarven's quest for the sky, as well as almost like the elven and human reaction to it. It's pretty sizable, probably about 5 or 6 feet tall and probably about 8 feet across. It's not super duper detailed, but it's well made and it seems to be somewhat old. You're thinking probably maybe a few hundred years.
Gonna give me an appraise. I took a 3 on that one.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did you just take a 3?
No, I didn't take a 3. I rolled a 3.
Oh, okay. Thought, you have to roll a d20. You don't just enter in. Yeah. You're thinking maybe, based on history, based on size, maybe it's worth 400 or 500 gold.
Okay. I'm gonna put a bid in for 150.
All right, give me another d20.
This is just like eBay.
There's a few other bids. It gets bid up to about 250 before you bid to 275, and no one bothers.
Cool. I'll take it with 275, and I'm gonna take it to the Dax house immediately.
All right. That all takes me 15-20 minutes. So you're either A, dragging this, or getting someone to help you haul this, because it is kind of fucking heavy. You arrive back at the party house. Daxius, this is probably closer to 3 o'clock.
Okay.
Has anything changed at the house at this point, or...?
Actually, yes. Earlier, Daxius shows up to the house, and a lot of people are just... a lot of his followers are just hauling shit inside. It looks like a bunch of wooden things. Dax is confused, goes talk to Matari, and he's like, oh, whatever, and it goes down to read the instruction manual until Garugamesh arrives. The instruction manual of Enhanced Conjuration and Illusion. But as Garugamesh walks in, they're currently just trying... A bunch of the followers, some of them are trying to set up a table in the corner. Some of them are trying to fit a bed up the stairs, but it's not quite fitting. It's a bit of a mess.
Look at what I got. And I, just let the tapestry unroll and hit the floor. But the majority of it's on the floor because Garugamesh is 3 feet tall.
Dex just looks on unimpressed.
I whistle and snap towards Princess. And here, help me put this up, Princess.
Fuck yes, let's do it! Can I throw it first?
Which one's Daxius's room?
I don't have a room. I crash at the society.
You truly live in a society, don't you, Daxius?
Technically, we all do.
Not me. I don't even consider myself a part of society. If there's something wrong with me, it's society's fault.
You currently live up in the clouds. It's quite nice up there, I assume.
You should really come join me in the Skyhold sometime.
You know what? I'd actually love to, but that's for another time.
Where do you think the tapestry should go, Madax?
I am impartial. I don't care. There's a big room down here. I mean, if you want an opinion, talk to Natari. They're the one organizing this whole shit.
Maybe across from on the opposite wall of the fireplace, or maybe somewhere
Sure,
near
that
the
sounds
fireplace.
nice. Look, you're asking the wrong person. I'm not an interior decorator.
It's your fucking house, dude.
Well, I appreciate it, Gilgamesh. You can put it behind the fireplace.
All right, I'm just gonna put it somewhere where the fireplace will light it up.
Yep, not a bad idea. Here in the main room, right across from the fireplace, which runs up the exterior side of the house, and yeah, it covers up the wall. It brings a lot of colors: reds, browns, greens, blues, blacks, grays. A lot of very vibrant life to a otherwise very bare, or at least used to be bare room. Now it's filled with a lot of furniture that still hasn't gotten to where it's supposed to be going quite yet. You're hanging this up, and they're like, "No, man, maybe you can turn it like a little bit." Thunk. Okay, bring it back. Okay, thunk.
Daxius is just trying to peacefully read in the corner.
Daxius, you didn't compliment me on the tapestry. This came a long way.
How much did it cost you?
It cost me a lot. It was a very emotional experience buying this piece of my cultural heritage. It tells the story of when the dwarves took the skies from, the lowly human-looking things and, the elves.
Sense motive.
I guess he would have to oppose that with bluff, and then determine what he's trying to bluff, I guess.
Sure.
I'm just. Daxius looks into everything. Oh shit! Really?
Oh yeah. It's pretty insane.
I didn't realize actually. He picks up the tapestry and takes a closer look at it. I'm a bit confused how this ties into dwarven culture.
It's just a legend from our history. And now it's up in your house.
I'll have to study it sometime if this is a legend. I can't quite understand it.
It might do you good to get some culture in you.
Actually, yes, I think it would. I'm trying to be more open to ideas such as these.
Alright, well, if you could just hit me with like a witty comeback or something, I really appreciate you being genuine, but it's making me feel a little awkward.
How do you think I feel? I'm sorry.
I don't know how you feel.
Nervous as fuck.
Really? Why is that?
We've been doing a lot of high-profile things lately.
Mm-hmm.
And in the past, are we really psychoanalyzing me right now?
You're the one who said something was wrong. I'm only trying to be a supportive friend.
Alright, look,
It's time for you to monologue.
Sure. I can do that. Man, my sickness is getting the best of me. Holy shit.
Just in the background, thud. Okay.
I can't think with this
take
noise.
the headboard off. Okay.
Daxius,
how do
you're
take
right.
the
We are
headboard
getting
off?
it.
Can we step outside for this at least, so it's not this fucking noisy?
Sure. But you're right. We are dealing with some high-profile stuff. When's our mission from Siegfried supposed to take place again? I'm afraid
Don't even remind me of that.
Well, please
In a few
remind me
days.
of it, because I forgot to record when we're actually supposed to be there.
I don't think they gave us an actual time. They just said a few days, which implies I don't think they knew either.
All right.
But-
well, we should probably post someone. We should probably keep watch on the place. Do you think you
Actually,
could have one of your underlings watch where they're staying?
I was hoping to do that. Yeah, I actually bought a
Trophy
couple
room?
of scrolls hoping to set up a more secure perimeter. Not just for that, but for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
But on that note, it's mainly because we've been doing a lot of high-profile things, and I'm used to just being not high-profile. Like, I've stolen from high-profile... I've done, like, high-profile gigs, but I've always had the mask and stuff, and I've hidden from all of it. If I robbed somewhere, got a bounty on my head, I left the city, bing, bam, boom. I've got, like, 5 identities in 5 places that are looking for a mass bank heist in one of them, of a name of a man who's completely fake. There's a few cities I can't go back to. But now, I've been living pretty much the past year for myself, and... well, I have a tribe now, and I can't do that anymore. And it's really a lot for me. Things are changing really quickly. I feel like my whole world's being thrown upside down.
Well, you know what that's called? It's called growing pains. It means you're growing as a person and as an individual. And it also means you're doing good. So, chase that feeling. No matter how strange and foreign it may feel, just know that what you're feeling is natural. You are no longer the Inara you used to be. You are no longer those identities you left behind. You are now tied to something greater than yourself, and that is the group that we are together.
It all makes me want to drink.
Then let's go drink. I believe it's 2 o'clock. Happy hour. We can pregame happy hour.
I want to stay sober until the dance. I don't want to fuck it up.
Oh yeah. What kind of... are you going to be doing any sort of bardic performance on the crowd, or is it just going to be a normal
dance?
dance?
But it's not a performance. I'm not going there to win.
Are you taking Natari up on stage with you, and I give him a nudge in the ribs?
Ugh, no, don't even subtly imply anything like that ever. No, I'm going
Well,
on
you said
my
you
own.
weren't going up there to win.
I'm going...
Maybe up there to win her heart?
I have 0 interest in here. Sven can have her. I don't give a fuck.
I don't know. I think maybe she's just acting out to get your attention, Daxius. You know how they be.
Wow, you don't understand Natari at all. Wonderful. You should have a one-on-one conversation with her sometime. It might enlighten you. Or dull what brain cells you have.
He was
But-
referring to tieflings in general.
Yes. New canon, Daxius is racist to tieflings.
Yeah.
But-
Instead of saying speak of the devil, Brewmaster says speak of the tiefling.
Oh no.
While I do respect her, I have no romantic interest in her.
This is so sad.
But
You should read her diary.
Trust me, my curiosity has been piqued once, and I did. Never again. I actually... not gonna get into it. I had a very violent reaction to reading it. Regardless, I'm going on stage to dance to... Dance is very... it's part of my culture. Or at least my old culture.
In other news, I cut my thumb on something, and I don't know what. It's pretty sad.
That
Ouch.
sucks. The one O'Reed in there has healing if you're worried to get infected.
I am worried. Thank you.
This is really new to me, just giving a shit.
Just make sure you flush after.
And with that, I'm gonna go... do you need anything else? I feel incredibly awkward right now. I'm not even going to lie.
Yeah, you look a little under the weather. Have you been... you feeling okay? You might want to take a nap before your performance.
I think that's a really good idea. Hey, before you go, swing back by the Dax house later tonight. don't go inside. Go to the roof.
All right, I'll be there.
All right. And he turns around and walks inside. And he's going to actually gather up his followers and say, hey, group meeting on the roof tonight. Be there or don't ever come back again. Then he walks out.
Be there or be square.
Be there or move the fuck out. And then he'll just sit in the corner reading his book.
Am I imagining this? I remember when
Yes.
you introduced all of these characters that you were pretty inclusive. Was there one who was technically like disabled or like, you know, didn't have use of their legs? Am I making that up?
I think you were making that up. I don't think I had anyone who was...
No, I don't think there was.
I was about to be like, how are they going to get up onto the roof? But, you know.
With
I
great
mean-
effort.
Developmental disabilities may have been what you were thinking of. I don't think any of them got missed
Yes.
in that case.
They have examples for each and every single one.
Daxius just went up to the school of special learning and just took a bunch of like adult students.
My friend Sven taught me this. If I take you, I own you.
Finders
Who wants to
keepers.
go on an adventure.
I'll
The
pay for
teacher's
your
just like-
housing.
The teacher's just like, sure, one job is as good as any other. Just get him out of here.
No, the people on stream didn't actually get an introduction to, you know, the denizens of the Dax house.
They
No,
didn't.
Probably for the better.
You might need to go over that, you know, they're all of their introductions again. I mean, sure, the first time was long and awkward, but, you know, I feel like it would be entertaining.
Yeah, no,
Well-
totally. Hmm.
Totally. I could give like a brief rundown.
No, we really don't want to hear it.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Anyway,
I just can't wait until they
Nice.
write them out with like a landslide or something like that.
Anyways, so Giru, do you stay there or do you end up leaving to go somewhere else?
I'm leaving to go somewhere else, but I can hand the reins off to someone else for role-playing purposes.
That would be Fernix and Vic back at the chapter house.
I mean, I think we're kind of just waiting, aren't we?
I was gonna go up to the desk and just see if they had anyone who knew stuff about iron ore and its processing.
Okay. Well, obviously the bartender's like, you're probably gonna want to have to talk to maybe Jean. It's my best guess.
That is someone we've met, isn't it?
Jean-Luc, yeah.
Right.
I know
Yes.
most humans kind of look the same, but he's the one that's always sick.
Oh.
He's,
I wasn't trying to say that.
he's the wizard who's looking into our crystal problem.
Well, I suppose that makes sense. This is a crystalline problem as well.
You don't smoke this kind, though.
Or at
Leave us
least
somewhere where you can smoke that if you'd like.
maybe that's why we haven't gotten it unprocessed. Because the processing is they're all hooked. They won't let anyone have it into their stash. Or like you can just have these worthless magic products.
Well, if not Jean-Luc, then I'd probably talk with Talia.
Well, sure, I'll go and speak with one or both of them then.
Probably Talia's probably easier to find, but Jean-Luc is probably going to be the one who has more of an insight, considering he's the actual mage.
Yeah, I'll go search around for him because I know he was already working on stuff. Just we'll find each other when the rest of them come by.
So I'm gonna skim around the little local libraries to see if I can get some info on the source Valliere and how to put in a request.
I say, despite reputations, you hit the books far harder than I do. Wouldn't be surprised if you could scare them if they had the capacity.
Yes, well, if I could scare them into giving me the information about several hours worth of reading, then I certainly would have tried by now.
Well, perhaps if I'm into researching very specific answers for very specific problems, I'll consider making a spell that gets a book to wake up and just spill what its contents are. Considering all those damaged ones, that might actually not be the worst idea in the world, come to think of it.
Indeed.
Well,
I'm sure there's a handbook around here somewhere.
should be.
Alright.
No. I'll go off to find my duder.
Okay. So you wanted to wait until like everybody was available in order to hear this?
Sure.
I didn't know, because I think you mentioned something about like waiting until everyone was around, and I didn't know if it's something you wanted the party to hear, or if it was just...
Probably be good, like...
I mentioned the waiting around. I had assumed we were like meeting to talk about like what our next steps were, like as a group.
Oh, okay. I might have been conflating some things, yeah.
Yeah, that.
Well, I'm like... In-game, I probably wouldn't have a strong reason to, but out of the game, I'm like, there's just in case he's got something to say that's important for everybody.
Well, it's up to you. Jean-Luc, you're able to find relatively quickly, so it's up to you whether you want to have that be part of the whole party or just you. It's really up to you.
Yep, I'll go over to him and be like, Jean-Luc?
Excuse me. Yes, how can I help you?
And how's your research going?
Not the worst, but I cannot find too much on these crystals. And he kind of like does like a bit of this. And have you ever had the feelings that you are so close to the answer to a problem, and yet you walk right up to it and cannot really find it?
All the time.
It's the same problem with me. I recognize some of these crystalline structures, but... And he kind of like looks around. The room that you're in is off of the library where you had done the monster wrangle not too long ago. He actually has some of like private quarters where he does some of his own research. You, I believe, have actually used some of these like facilities in the past to do some of your own alchemical research. So, similar thing. And he turns around and says, my fear is that these things are being created from something that is not of the material plane. Something being drawn from somewhere else, or perhaps the corruption of living energies. Do you know anything about this?
I could theorize, but I'm afraid the most that I know about it is where it came from, and it doubtless has some link to some sort of demonic or lower planes powers.
Now, see, that is interesting, because I'm not entirely certain it is Avernian in origin, or even from the other planes. I am thinking that, I'm not entirely sure, actually. There are so many different planes of existence, and to keep track of them all is not really possible. Did you ever explain to me how you came across the first one?
I'm not sure that I did.
Perhaps would be very useful.
It might be good to ask the others too. I know they're going to be by soon, and, well, I suppose it's not much of an offer if it's at the Chapter House pub, but if you've been wanting some sort of refreshments, I do have some coffees I've been wanting to get brewing here before they start to go stale.
Certainly. Some of these things, however, I think might be of the, how do I put this? Delicate persuasion?
Right. Then, is there any place around here to meet that's private, I suppose?
My own quarters here would be more than enough. I can take food and drink back here, no problem. In the meantime, was there something else you needed? I'm sorry, I think you were going to talk something and then he just kind of gestures sort of down research.
That is fair, but of course what you came up with I was a bit more interested in momentarily, I suppose. And just reach into the cloak pocket and pull out the little chunk of iron ore. And was wondering what you made of this.
He kind of looks to it and he like doesn't ask for it. He actually kind of walks over and like lowers himself down to like the height of your hand to like study it. Is this some purely pure ironstone?
It's what I suspect it to be, yes. I wasn't able to find anything that matches description in any of the books that I looked into.
Where the fuck did you find this?
Down below in abandoned Temple of Veies.
Well, that explains a few things. I'm sorry, what did you want to know about it?
Well, I guess what it was for, what it could do. I understand that it's supposed to be capable of limitless possibilities, but I suppose my perception of such things staggers when I try to piece together exactly what those would be.
With enough of it, you can create many things. I'm not exactly my field of study, but when I was still studying university back in Port Azar, you could make so many things out of it. Rings, necklaces, headbands, things which will allow you to see great distances, which will allow you to speak to others without moving your mouth. Things which would enhance your strength, your speed, your dexterity, your constitution. Enough of it! You can replace limbs.
Well, seems I've already done that.
Yeah, not quite like this. Something better than... And he kind of just gestures at himself, as you can tell. A lifetime of being sick as hell. All the fucking time. But even I can't come across enough to do something like that. I can't believe you have it even this amount.
We did happen on a bit more.
Like how much more?
I look down at the amount, do some math in my head. About 20 times that.
I'm afraid you... He kind of like looks around, like kind of goes to the door to like look out to see like, as if like making sure no one's eavesdropping, and says, that's probably the most valuable thing in this entire fucking building.
Yes, was trying to keep it close to our chest.
That is probably for the best. I know how to keep my mouth shut, as I am a student of learning and magic and knowledge. Not everyone here would be of the same persuasion. Talia, I would trust. Not entirely certain how many others.
Well, I will keep that in mind and can extend my trust your way as well. We don't tend to gossip. At least, not that I've seen.
And, if I may, what's your plans with doing with this?
Now I've even less of an idea, but we'll cross that bridge when it comes to it. I was figuring, should discuss it with the others. It's as much their find as mine, so...
That is your prerogative. Please go right ahead. He kind of like looks to it and wipes his face. It makes me wish I would have gone into that field of study when I was in school. If you have any questions, I'm always available, and yes, about your friends and the And he just kind of gestures towards like the bench he was working at, as if to indicate whatever the fuck it was you were talking about like 5 minutes ago.
Right. And thank you. I'm
Of course.
definitely glad the two aren't related.
I very much hope so. I don't see how they would be related, but crystals and crystals.
Glad it was no more than a nagging concern. Anyhow, suppose if you wouldn't mind well, I can probably go over it with them, I suppose.
Oh, about the crystals, the origin?
Yes. Well, if you want food, it's just I'm not trying to
Sure.
impose.
Whenever you are available, I am here. I generally do not wander very far.
And let's start things going. I've been feeling like snacking all day, but nothing sounds good, so I think I'm just going to order down the menu until I feel it's enough.
Fair enough. So now we'll be here.
Get back to the bar and start doing that, which I'm sure he's like, oh god, you're to the fourth thing, and you're like, wait a second, I know this order. Oh.
Alright, Giru, I believe your auction will be coming up, so give me a d20 to determine that.
Hey,
Bad.
I'll take that.
It finally does come up to the block, and you're able to sit there and watch. Obviously, this isn't something you can necessarily influence. Auctions are as they are. It begins, and it seems to be slow initially, and then a few bids come in, and then somebody in the front bids it up, and then there's a woman in the back who goes for it, and it seems to go back and forth until finally evening out at a price at about 1,200 gold before the bidding comes to a close.
I'll take it. And after auction fees, that is...
I believe they take a, what did I say, a 15%?
I remember
more
you
because
saying
the
about that.
buyers and the sellers both pay something. So,
Okay.
so
15%?
yes, let me math.
It should be 1020.
I thought so, yeah. Yep.
I'll take it. That's hella good.
Yeah, somebody offers you 50 shekels. Thank you, Lan. Alright. Which brings us to at 4 o'clock, which is about the time when Sven's reading would most likely be coming to a close. Spending a good 4 hours talking functionally non-stop.
How does the guy react? We can roleplay out the scene if you want.
Well, there's 2 scribes. Both of them are male, but one of them significantly older than the other. It's mostly just trying to, like, A, get down everything that you said, and B, get you to stay on track. And, like, yes, that's completely fine, but please, let's get back to the task at hand. Basically, because I assume your character likes to go off on tangents
Oh
that
yeah.
have absolutely
yeah.
no bearing on any of this.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, no, come back. We have to talk about this. Come.
Mm-hmm.
But finally, like, it comes to an end. They're obviously exhausted. Not only have they been taking notes, they've been using basically magic quills in order to copy down a lot of the things that you said. Honestly, the four of them together, 2 people, 2 magic quills, it's probably just enough to get down everything that you've said, and it is just stacks of paper. You finally get done. The younger guy sits down. The older guy's like standing over, like putting the last pieces of pages. I think we have enough.
You should hope so. This is Sven leans back and stretches out. It's a long story, a lot of details.
I'm sure that's what the mayor is going to say. We're going to compile as much as we can. We'll come back to you with a preliminary copy, basically to proofread. And should everybody be satisfied with the result, it'll probably be going down to either Darien or over to Lunabrook for printing.
The very exciting moments. When do you think these things will happen?
Well, the proofreading and the preliminary copy, I'm hoping it'll be by the weekend. Which by then we'll have our actual proof copy, which I believe we'll be primarily sharing with the prince before it goes abroad. And once it goes to a printer, it'll be making its way, hopefully, as is the aim, to the Emperor's moving court. A few final details. You will be listed as the author, but do you wish to have other people listed, those who travel with you, signatures, things to offer proof of fidelity to the authenticity of the story?
Sure, actually, that might help. Oh, what, you just put a signature in the back of the book?
It will be in a page near the front. And if they are willing to sit for it, we might be able to take a quick magical portrait.
Yeah,
That is
it
not
would be
necessary, but I'll have to run it past the mayor and see if the court wizard for the princes would be up for it.
I think this would be fine. Sven is in the background, kind of worrying, that donkey character he invented. Gonna have to figure out a reason why they can't put a signature down.
It'll be Lugo.
Maybe it might be.
Get Lugo.
Say that he died of old age the day after.
He lived happily ever after.
For 3 minutes.
I could talk to my companions and see if I can have them to come do this. Do you need them to do it by any time, or
Sooner rather than later, preferably before the end of the weekend. But we'll let you know. I'm certain someone from the mayor's office will handle it, and you'll be made aware of it. If there's anything else you think of between now and then, there will always be somebody available at his offices. Do you know where they are?
it would refresh me?
North of the Flagstone Market, probably one of the bigger buildings within the same block as the Silver Core offices. Look for the fancy wagons and carriages.
It'd be easy to spot then.
Well, then, I believe we have everything we need.
Alright, I suppose I'll be hearing from you then. Or, well, I'll be seeing you before the end of the weekend.
I would hope so. Thank you for your time, Mr. Sven.
Sven.
Just Sven. Right.
Yes, the last name. I'm not a noble.
I thought Sven's last name was like Tiger's Knot or something like that.
No. Sven doesn't have a last name.
Giru
That you know
was
of.
here. He rises, kind of gives a bit of a bow. The younger guy, sloppily, mimics him, and then the two depart. You are paid the remaining 500 gold.
Alright. We love that. Alright.
So, what do you do after this?
I probably end up talking to Lugo, and he tells me that Giru was by.
Yeah, so, the little guy was by, the one with the beard.
You know, I told everyone not to interrupt me, but I suppose if one of them were to, it makes sense it would be him.
Asking something about where you put your cat up.
Oh, yes, you told them?
Yeah, and he wandered off after that.
Wonder why he's curious of such a thing.
I don't know. I didn't think to ask.
Probably nothing important.
Let me look into what I can.
I'll ask him when next we meet. Probably tonight.
Sure.
Alright, and I guess I'll go to the Lion and Lady?
That's where you are presently.
Oh, right. But isn't this the place that we normally go?
Seems to have migrated over to the chapter house.
Okay, I'll make my way over to the chapter house then.
Alright. You enter in maybe a little after 4 o'clock, maybe closing in on 5. And you find your friends there. Fernix hammering food and probably beer, not liquor, at the bar. Giru and Vic'Talion.
I guess I'm gonna walk. Is it like 4 o'clock?
Yeah, it's about 4 o'clock. A little after 4.
I was gonna bring it back to Jean-Luc as well. Just tell Vic what the plan is.
If we're not doing anything else, Gilgamesh is gonna go back to the chapter house to craft some, but until the dance competition at 8. But
Okay.
Yep. Vic was seeing if there was any, handbook or documentation on, making the requests to the Silver Solarium. But if nothing was, readily available, he probably would have just either asked Talia or Jean-Luc. But the main point was just to kill time until everybody got back.
Well, you do know you're going to be speaking with Jean-Luc anyways.
Yeah, so just keeping an eye on things. If there's a decent amount of time between when the rest of the party is meeting and the current time.
Well, I think you have about an hour between when you guys got back here. Fernix goes off to speak with Jean-Luc for a little while, and, well, I guess you don't know that's what he went off to do, but you learn that once he gets back. And then, by the time Sven, and I don't know what Daxius is doing. I'm just assuming he's crashing at his pad until 8.
Actually, he was reading the Conjuration Illusion book for just in the corner, but after an hour, he's gonna go to the chapter house as well, just to get away from the Dax house for a while. Realize, it's peace and quiet here. No, it's fucking not.
You probably have to tell them you have to take apart the bed frame first before taking up the stairs, you fucking idiots. Oh! And then it goes a lot
Why
smoother.
didn't I think of that?
I assume you realize that all the furniture they have is all made for cushions and mattresses, but none of them bought any. So
can
it's
see
just
that.
empty frames.
Yeah.
Yeah, most likely.
Oh, this is awful, man. Look, you have to buy a mattress first, you fuckwit. Oh!
They buy a mattress and it's for a double bed and they got a king size frame.
It looks like everything is normal, except there's a massive pile of screws and bolts in the corner that you don't know where they were supposed to go.
Yeah.
And yet somehow nothing falls apart by some sheer force of Looney Tunes bullshit.
I don't know, but sometimes it does creak a little bit at night.
Just a little bit,
Unbelievable.
yeah.
It kind of bends down in the middle like a hammock.
Anyways, so, you guys are finally all back together in the chapter house common room.
I'll just sit silently and read unless addressed.
I'll be filtering stuff back over to the room. Oh, by the way, we had something to discuss over in Jean-Luc's study.
Guess so. Let's make sure everybody's present, and then I'll guide us all over.
Oh, is this a group meeting? Gotcha. Books down the book.
Really good information for the 2 players who didn't start when the rest did. So.
yes.
You guys rise, make your way through the now definitely busier common room in the chapter house. Before making your way back through the adjacent library and into the alchemical study area where Jean-Luc has a bit of a private room that he's been working in, or Fernix spoke with him earlier today. And when you pass out of the library into the alchemical workshop, it becomes significantly quieter. So you can actually hear him working and turning of pages and accoutrement of somebody doing research.
There's all the different tavern food just set up on whatever free table there was. And Furnish just goes in the mess of that, just grabs an open mug and sips it. Please.
Oh.
Have some. You can tell me how it is.
You hear the stop and say, and hear, what? Oh yeah, and he just turns around, he comes out wiping his hands off and throwing a rag over his shoulder. I'm sorry, I've kind of got a little caught up with everything, and you wanted him to try your coffee? That's what you were working on?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Cool. He's like, well, definitely something to start with. Let's see what it is, yeah?
Mm-hmm. It's the exotic blend, the desert coffee.
He takes it up, and there is definitely a, ugh. It's bitter. What's the worst, but it's like a punch in the face.
Awfully nice companion for long nights.
So, and he kind of looks to everyone else. Long time no see.
Dude.
I wanted to ask everyone here about how they came into possession of the first crystal.
Yes, that's an interesting story, wasn't it? Well, I'm happy to explain unless Sven and Fernix is keen on hopping in.
Long story short, we're talking of the Maleficarum book, yes? I looked to the party.
Right.
Tangentially, yes.
To make a very long story short, there was a boy, his mother was very abusive, he turned to magic, he found these...
Not to lead up, simply the actual,
This is important. I
It's
am...
not that important. He found a book and built a ritual around it.
I gestured to the food.
The book seems to have mysteriously shown up as if on its own will, seeking out someone. This book was called the Maleficarum, I think? Maleficarum? Something like that.
It's not an honest name at all. No, totally not.
And the boy used this book. It summoned some shades, some things from beyond, things that I couldn't quite understand. I still don't.
The ritual, though. What ritual
Great.
did he do?
The exact ritual was not privy to us. We made it almost entirely after its completion. But to begin, the ritual seemed to have involved several
souls.
I was going to say sacrifices, but yes, sacrifices in a sense. But they were not dead necessarily.
No,
there were 3
cannot work with
vagrants.
This
No.
is what I feared.
And
There were 3 vagrant types, as well as... Actually, I suppose there were 5 of them in total. 3 of the vagrant types. One being the teacher of the boy, and then the boy himself. All of them get caught up in some sort of magical essence that was all focused around the book. The book, after the ritual began, couldn't have been moved or touched in any way without significant force being knocked back. But as it channeled the souls of the 4 victims, or the 5 victims, it opened some sort of portal where, as Sven described, the shades began pouring out. They were very strange looking. They seemed to be humanoid and attached to some sort of destination, I suppose, for lack of a better word.
They were from no culture I remember or have seen before.
Well, there were a couple of them.
No.
It seemed like the one might have been the figure who was featured in the graveyard, was it not?
Yes.
Some sort of knightly person. But others, you were right. It was very much different.
And as the boy was attempting to resurrect his father, it seemed at least the spell also backfired in terms of its target.
Resurrect his father.
Well, locate, rather.
Right.
Fuck,
That is it.
He kind of like
This was the
looks off to like think as you guys are talking.
let me what was his name again?
I did presume he was dead.
So Desmond Rath. I would imagine you might know the
Oh,
name.
for fuck's sake.
His father seemed like a person people knew about.
His father was a very powerful wizard, is who he fucking was. Someone I knew. He was a Valliere Journeyman.
But anyway, when we interrupted the ritual, the book, it flashed images of places and things I don't recognize. I could describe. I think we did describe actually, but then it disappeared, and this crystal is what remained.
It does remind me. I don't know that we recognized all of them, but through some exterior research, there was one setting that seemed remarkably similar to the way that I believe the tales of Aethric were described. The man climbing the mountain to face off against the dragon.
I do not know what to think of that. It's a relatively common story, especially from that period, but
But to be clear, it wasn't as though these were paintings or just a facsimile. It looked as though we were looking into another reality, or perhaps another time entirely. And
Correct me if I'm wrong, Fernix, but just to add on to that, I don't believe people of your faith really put up decorations like that just for show. I believe there was a definite point and reason that they were presented in that specific way.
Right. It's still a lot to consider with what we were seeing down in the temple as well.
this might be a bit of a stretch, but did we ever explain the situation with the fellow from the circus?
No, but that did seem relevant to the crystal. At least it's where the other one came from.
yes,
Yes,
I
it was,
was
I was
at
sending
least
these
there for
out,
that one.
yes.
Oliver Keys, I believe his name was.
Oh yes, that individual.
I do not
I know we
remember this
mentioned it
person.
at some point.
I thought Talia had it.
If I remember correctly, he came from the
Right.
magical anomaly,
Oh, yes.
and with him came some very strangely advanced technology. At least that's what my impression was. Either that or it was a very strange metal dragon.
One way of describing it. I don't seem to have met many dragons that have wheels, but
I haven't met any dragons.
It seemed more like a highly advanced gnomish or even dwarven construct.
But
Most
technology.
likely gnomish. But far beyond what I
Gnomish.
expect any of them to be able to accomplish. As talented as they are.
Yeah.
Although I'd never say that to one of their faces.
it was very
strange.
loud and ran on some sort of a fuel that may or may not still be a problem for him. Hopefully not.
Well, he had a destination in mind. He might have been heading this way.
Might have been. Although, if he was heading this way, I have a feeling someone would have noticed something in the sky, and yet there's been nothing. Quiet. No rumors,
But-
no nothing.
If what Fernix said is true about it being on a fuel source, then that fuel source might be scarce around here.
Couldn't just charge it with magic?
It required a specific sort of fuel mixture.
It didn't seem very magical to me.
So it's alchemical. How does that work?
I was like, at a game, did we go over? Because I think I volunteered to try to brew some for him.
Yeah,
But-
he tried, and he just no.
He's like, nah.
Not
And
from-
he didn't seem to be aware of it or willing to share the secret, and we weren't exactly in the position where we could look over the thing.
Let's bring it. I'm sorry. I've been in and out. It's one problem, and now I think I have 4.
Usually how it goes.
So people up, one person at least has apparently crossed over from one of whatever it's linked to.
Yes, that is one problem. Let's start with the first. The first is... I am not entirely certain how much it was explained previously about how you came into contact with the first crystal. I believe it was explained to me that there was some ritual and people were involved, but that was about it. Learning that perhaps this was flowing through people leads me to something else, which is...
Which is
How do I put it this way?
Oh, this can't be good.
Generally speaking, when the arcane is focused through ourselves, we put it through our own body, directing it through our minds and through our will. The source of it is very much up to you, whether it's divine, druidic, personally learned, or something which originates within us like a sorcerer's source. There is another way, which is to put it through your own being. Not your body, but your soul. He just kind of like looks around to see if there's like any recognition.
It seems oddly familiar to, well, how I did this, and I just wave my hand in front of him.
Ben's eyes
Although-
are glazing over at the discussion of magic.
Although that's more aligning the astral and physical body, or at least that's how I understand the spell that I sort of figured out piece by piece over the last decade.
Sven nods along as if he agrees and understands. He does not.
This is more along the lines of using somebody else's very being, the thing which crosses over when we die into Nocturne's realm, as an actual conduit. This black magic. Very old magic, very heretical magic because of its danger, not only to the person who is casting it, but to the person with fucking everybody. Everyone around them. From those who are merely bystanders to those who might be the object of the casting. And he kind of
Certainly.
just gestures to the one box that you gave him, which you used, or I believe presently contains one of the, I think the earlier crystal. I will
So-
give you 2 guesses to what the fuck that thing is.
Is that... Is Fernix's eyes just widen?
Come on,
That a soul?
bingo. This is the word,
Yeah.
right? Yes? Bingo?
Wait, is that the
Yes,
kid's
it
soul?
works.
That I do not know.
Well, he did seem to be functionally catatonic after the incident.
The second problem, and I might have to go to Talia with this one as I'm not entirely certain where this book might lie. That kid is the son of a very powerful, at least once was, very powerful Valliere Journeyman, Desmond Ross. I believe he had a journal of some of the things that he used to do, some of the things that he encountered, and perhaps... I do not want to necessarily put words in someone else's mouth, but there might be some... Let's just say he's encountered something similarly, if my memory is correct. There's no
Is that-
fucking way that that is merely coincidence.
And then it went
This
after
is-
his son.
If this is the kid's soul, then perhaps we could restore his
How?
consciousness.
How so? I don't even
maybe-
know how to fucking make it, let alone reverse the process.
You could petition the gods, perhaps. They can do nearly anything, can they not?
Generally speaking, but from what I've heard, they are not necessarily on very good speaking terms with the material plane at the moment. You know, with an actual god dying and all.
Right. The representatives are the most that we've been able to freely converse with.
Perhaps a particularly powerful cleric. I don't know, but
I'm going to be honest. I don't think we need to worry about that.
I don't know what I'm truly talking about, but it's I don't know. It's
Necromancer?
things that I'm thinking.
It would be more like a necromancer, in my opinion, but I don't think we need to worry about the exact fate of the boy at this point. If we find the answer to the greater problems, then we'll find the answer to that.
I still think it's something to keep in mind in case we end up finding a way to help.
I think,
Yes.
in any case, the mother deserves to know.
Didn't seem like she was giving up at the very least, so more power to you.
I do want to say that we never retrieved the body from Desmond. We're not entirely certain he's dead. Magic like that can generally disintegrate a person, but if the aim perhaps was to go somewhere else, perhaps he made it there. Which brings me to problem number 3. What is the fucking aim for a lot of these the tribe of the little hairy bastards that you fought up north? Oh, at least the kid's motives I can understand. He's looking for a lost father. I don't entirely think he was trying to resurrect. So, if that is what their aim is, and you're telling me something fucking came through, something sapient and sentient which can speak, this is a fucking problem. There is a wall. Imagine a wall between this room and the next. This room is our world. The next is a different one. Whether it's the ethereal plane, or one of the hells, or the heaven, or one of the planes of earth, or fire, or water, where, generally speaking, there are doors. What if there wasn't a door? What if he was beating a hole in a fucking wall? Doors you can close. Holes you cannot.
One room becomes 2.
One room
Two rooms
becomes
become
2.
1.
Oh, 2 rooms become 1.
I said that backwards.
Either way.
So, problem number 4. And I'm going to have to do a little bit of research about this, is that how familiar are you with creatures which come from other planes?
I believe Fernix has quite some experience with otherworldly beings.
Do I have to go down my hit list?
I also have
understand
some
that there are
knowledge.
denizens which reside elsewhere. Sometimes they can come here, sometimes we can go there, but generally speaking, one ends up where they are supposed to be.
Right. I could go into the differences between calling a creature and summoning it and binding and all that, but suffice to say, there's usually a duration. If there isn't, then, well, they're usually here for good, but they don't generally like to do that. The summoning is much more beneficial for them. Because if they happen to just walk through a plane to get here, their soul and body are in the same place, and if you kill them, they usually stay dead.
Now,
In short. But, yes. They're not being summoned here, it's more like they're walking through a gate.
now imagine that there is a gate with no gate. There is a hole to somewhere else, inhabited by who the fuck knows what, and there's nothing keeping them from coming in.
Seems extremely untenable.
what kind of damage would that do to our plane of existence? Not just with what might come through that hole. What about the hole itself? When it comes to teleportation and transportation magic, you open it, you close it, it is maintained by arcane essence and magical power.
Would the gods allow such a thing to happen or exist?
I don't know if I'm not
Isn't
the
that the
gods
question?
care as much anymore after.
I mean, even if the gods are very hands-off, this is their plane of existence. They surely would have interest in closing such things, as they would be an affront to their power and, you know,
Who here,
such like that.
who here has been to the Assyria plane?
No one
Time
raises
moves
their
there
hand.
differently.
Hmm.
Go
I
to
don't
the
think it's just-
heavens.
They're playing.
Seconds may pass there, and it will be centuries here.
I've heard about that with the Feywild as well. I didn't know it was universal.
Time moves differently in many different places, if it moves at all.
So they might not be aware until it's too late.
The fucking fox spirit was right. We're not ready for this.
Unless they were on this plane.
They're not.
Yeah.
Yes, but gods can walk, can they not?
They can, and the only one who I even have any records of doing it within the last 400 years was Oleander.
Then perhaps we should try to speak to Oleander.
Perhaps.
Batshit suggestion that everyone looks at him for.
Where is this coming
I-
from?
Seance?
We're going to try to petition the god of good adventurers, as opposed to perhaps the god of magic, or the god of the plains, or the god of civilization.
Mhm.
Yes.
I do think that maybe Veies might be the one to ask on this. I'll just go over what the murals were depicting down in the temple briefly,
So
with
the
other
pri-
people's help.
So the way you go over it, is it primarily just the ones which depict the journey, like the hero's journey, or do you include the final one with the depiction of Veies?
Yeah, I include that one.
Not entirely certain what something like this means. It could simply be a warning. It could be a depiction of what might come, or what might have already happened.
And
But the last one is interesting. Not because of the depiction of Veies, I've seen that many times. One statue, two statues, many. The Well of Magic is interesting, not necessarily always depicted with Veies, but something which is a much older depiction than is something which would be created today. But the book, tomes and grimoires, the magic, hand, peace, carrots, yada yada. What's interesting is why would anyone put that word in Ordelven? That's not the language of magic, at least as we practice it now.
that is true.
My thoughts were that something along the story had some relation to the Pre-Calamity Society.
I think I might be onto something there, but I do not know what. And he kind of like looks between everybody. No fucking humans, okay. At least
I
one...
currently look human.
Yes,
I
and I know
just-
that you're not because I'm a fucking idiot. And also because you fill the paperwork out and I handle a lot of that. Half-elf, at least you will know the stories of how humans accuse elves of having fucked up a lot of shit in the past. Making magic where perhaps they shouldn't have been making magic, and
Been a lot of stories passed around.
yes, and everyone argues whether basically the veracity of any of these stories. Humans say, yeah, of course, either true or just amusing and piss elves off, so of course we're gonna keep telling them because fuck them. And the elves are angry because, well, of course that couldn't have possibly happened. People like them wouldn't do things like that. Perhaps there's a little grain of truth in both.
No one I've met was old enough to be able to disprove either way. So,
And I've never met any elves old enough to speak to it either. And something tells me, even if I had, they would not be very forthcoming with information like that. I do not know what a lot of this means right now. All I know is that somebody has access to knowledge, or is fucking around with something that they do not truly understand. That perhaps can do a lot of damage to the material world. I do not know why. I'm not going to lie, we practitioners of magic can be fucking idiots and can get it all into our heads that we can handle whatever the fuck we want and that there will be no consequences for any of our actions. It could be as simple as that. God only knows we've had how many wars over the power of a necromancer coming back from the dead? 2 now? Maybe 3?
There'll be a third once we're done.
Yes, give it enough time and I'm sure there'll be another one shortly.
Is rather stubborn, that one.
I just wish I understood exactly what the fucking purpose of what a lot of this is. All I know is that what I have seen here is the first crystal that you brought to me was not well made. Obviously, it was because a lot of the actual ritual was interrupted. Perhaps played into that. The second one was significantly better made, but you said it simply came off of somebody who wasn't dead. It wasn't made there in front of you.
no.
Right.
Still seem to have the same connection as some of the creatures that were summoned. Seemed similar, but not part of the ritual.
Perhaps not, no. Any questions, and I don't have a lot of answers.
Actually, that time it was a demon that took control of it.
A demon?
Used to do that. Yes, the ones with the AE. Even though they're said the same as the abyss demons.
Well, there were demons as well, but I thought they were all part of. But perhaps let's try to re-explain that.
They cross over. Those ones in particular, they'll work with either hell or the abyss, from my understanding.
Yes, that was there as well, but I do distinctly remember that what was interrupted was a ritual that was meant to summon these shadowy cloaked figures, but while that part was interrupted, it wasn't the same, I don't know, soul binding ritual that the Wrathboy had tried to...
No, the catalyst had already been made.
I assume that would mean that her connection was...
Well, she was using it to produce those illusions, so...
Perhaps they weren't just illusions, though. If this is soul magic,
Right.
then perhaps instead of simple illusions, they were the actual undead or disembodied souls of the creatures that they were attempting to utilize for their performance. And which is why they seemed so much realer than anything else, and how they've still got several bruises that would show that they were quite real.
Perhaps.
Why use something so dangerous for something like this? Perhaps it is better, but it seems...
You're asking me why humans do dumb things to make money?
Because they're stupid.
It's an opportunity. I would imagine, in any case, that Siren was given the crystal for her ability to travel between different cities and locations without and come in contact with very many people without drawing as much suspicion as someone who might be in a more difficult position. That she was not being watched as closely, and the command of the magics that she used were good enough for the purposes, if I had to guess.
Right. Perhaps. I do not know.
Indeed.
If I learn anything more, I will let you know. I'm going to try and requisition that journal. See if there's any information there. Probably learn about what the child is doing.
Yes. And, well, I suppose it would be cruel to give her false hope, but let the mother know that we're looking into what exactly the ritual is still.
Perhaps.
I would perhaps ask that we don't do that. We don't necessarily need anyone to know about what we're doing with these crystals of this situation.
As long as no
More
one
people. outside
of this room, perhaps maybe Talia or others within the organization higher up than her, no one else should know. We don't know who knows what, who knows who, what people want.
Indeed. We've already seen firsthand what happens when someone who knows more than they should is left unattended.
With all due respect, her son is in a vegetative state and her husband is missing. I think it would be prudent to at least offer some sort of crumb of
But she would be
reason to
alive
hang
to warn
on.
them.
I do think that it is. I don't know. It's complicated, but I think that she deserves to know. And if she's going to dedicate herself to finding this cure, perhaps, if she is in, what's the place called that the dwarven city that she went to with the font?
All of them.
I thought so.
If that's where she... I mean, that's the city I assume you're talking about. I don't know if that's where she went.
It is. If she knows more, then perhaps she, can help us in this regard. Maybe she could help us figure these things out from the city she is in.
You might know more about Desmond, but I think it's very dangerous giving her this information. Not just for us,
Maybe.
but for her.
Maybe we just ask her if there's been any change and offer our condolences.
It might be safe for us to simply tell her that we know the nature of why her son is catatonic.
And
Because
not
his
explain
soul...
Well,
Look, normally I would agree with Vic'Talion here, but our mother is entitled to at least some level of closure, even if it's as minuscule as a simple explanation, somewhat.
I do agree with this. Even if we don't tell her everything, she does deserve to understand that her son is still alive and he can be saved. If this is truly his soul that we have here, all we need to know is how to put it back.
But you're assuming that we'll be able to. Just because we know that... Just because we're assuming that this is his soul, that doesn't mean that there's a surefire way of returning things to the way they once were.
Maybe
Without-
we can't, but she should at least know.
or that
I'm not saying
agree
we
with
go
that.
into detail, just...
I do
enough.
I
think
understand.
that she deserves to know.
I don't necessarily think that you all are wrong. I personally feel that we should not give any amount of information out to anyone, despite what you may be going through, because
It's not
It
the most
would be-
optimal. It's not the most optimal thing, but it is the thing that should be done.
it
more.
would be safer, yes. And she is a bitch and doesn't really deserve it. But we also have to consider the current state, which is that her son is still alive, and that crystal, which is presumably his soul or something related, is still in existence. If he dies, then that could well trigger a change here. To wit, I don't know what that could be, and for all we know, it could be dangerous for Jean-Luc or the entire town. So, I'm willing to at least try to string her along a bit. It is a bit self-serving, but if there is something that we can do, I'd like to do it, but we don't have any way of knowing that we can. So
Right.
it would be cruel to suggest that we can and then come up short.
indeed, the thing that my primary concern is that even though that Siren was effectively worthless, she had some amount of information but was not able to really do much with it. She was basically not in a state much better than the boy. But she was brutally murdered in a public space because of that very limited amount of information that she had. Even if telling the woman is the right thing to do, the target that it paints on her back would be potentially much greater of a risk than any amount of relief that would make it worthwhile.
I don't think we have to
tell her is that her
simply.
son's alive.
Any information that is given to her about the situation could be leading to this danger.
Well, just tell her to keep
Then-
her son alive and don't say why then.
Sure.
Then perhaps we should tell her, because right now she doesn't know the danger.
But
She
she
Yeah,
doesn't
fuck
have
that bitch.
she doesn't have the same amount of danger if she doesn't know what's going on. If all she knows is that she thinks that her son is in danger, that her son is catatonic, then
If you
there's
are in
less danger
her,
than knowing of why.
if you are in her position, you are going to be going around and asking everyone and talking about it constantly. If she knows the danger, then she can shut up.
Then we can
She
just
I
we can
say
tell her
we'll
that
let
there's
her in a-
danger.
Windmill shuriken comes out and decapitates her before she can even read it.
Either way,
I don't
I
think there's a
think
good
the right
option.
thing to do, even if it's not the most optimal thing, I think she deserves to know, and it can still serve us.
If that's what you all wish to do, I'm not going to fight you. But I think it's a bad idea.
I think we
I-
compromise here. I think we can make a letter informing her that her son is alive, but we should stress that she should not look into this, and that doing
She-
so could risk her life.
She does already know that her son is alive, at least
Oh, she
physically.
does?
Well, she's
She's
carrying
been
him with her.
alive.
I
She's
think
the one
that
carting him around the country.
she should know that the nature of his affliction is that his soul is not with him.
That's absolutely not. That's a terrible idea.
That
Oh,
That's
I
the
was-
exact
I was
information
going
that we don't
under-
want them to realize that she has.
right.
I think any professional, could find this as well. A cleric could tell you if someone has a soul or not. If you pay
Well,
them enough money,
if they
you
know what
find
they're
a good
looking
enough
for.
one. This is not information that she will not find. This is information that saves her time.
But they know that we have this information, and they haven't made a move against us for whatever reason. But if we are the ones who give
They
her
would not
information,
make a move against her.
Then
my point was they made a move against Siren, even though she was right there.
But Cedar knew a great deal more than that.
Sure, and perhaps the risk with her knowing anything is less. But still, we have some sort of...
I don't think that she will be attacked and assassinated for knowing that her son has no soul with him currently.
No, there's a definite risk involved. I just personally, on a deeply personal level, think that she should know out of just...
You're also
But
assuming
Vic,
that...
Vic makes a very good point.
You're also assuming that if given this information by us, she will not ask for more information, demand more information.
she won't be the next one to hold a copy of Maleficarum and try something.
It's a difficult situation, and I see you all's point, but I would not make this choice.
You kind of swayed me over in your direction. We could just lie to her.
I'm fine with that as well.
I'm not okay with lying to her about it. I
Give her a reason to do what we want without sharing the pertinent information.
in that case,
I'm
we
not
just do nothing
comfortable
then.
with manipulating a grieving mother.
Keep going back and forth.
Well, no offense, Sven, but you did meet her, right?
I did, and I agree that she was a terrible mother, but she is a mother nonetheless.
Well,
So she'll continue grieving regardless of what we tell her. But we may save her a lot of work, time, and money, even if the things that we tell her aren't correct.
yes. Some people just shouldn't raise children. But they do their best anyhow. Ouch!
You can't always trust everyone to make the best decision for themselves or for otherwise. And we can't even trust ourselves to make the best decision for our own choices. But if we're in this particular position where we know that she cannot have this information without risk of death. But we have the ability to tell her something that could temper the pain, even if it's not correct. In the future, if we are able to find that we're able to return the boy to a better position with his soul back in his body, then I don't imagine that she would be particularly upset to know that we lied to her about that. And if we end up not being able to do so, then she would have saved the amount of time, money, and effort that our mistruth gave to her.
I'm neutral on this situation after hearing both sides. I leave it in your hands. I don't have an answer.
I don't intend to make the decision for the rest of the group.
Well, and everyone.
Very much. I hate to ask, but you've been quiet with. Do you have any particular thoughts about this?
Might be a bit hypocritical coming from me, but I think we should try and keep party information within the party, but I also see it from Daxius' viewpoint where I think we should at least offer some sort of closure to the mother, even if it's not necessarily an exact truth.
I think that we should act on empathy rather than logic. I don't see the particular danger in simply telling her a part of the truth.
And trust me when I say this. Acting in what you think feels to be the best option is a very quick way to get many people killed, if not done, in a way that takes in the reality of the situation.
I do understand this, but she can find out this information on her own. This is not something we are gatekeeping and protecting her from. If she is insistent enough, she will find it on her own. We're just saving her time and effort. And
the issue is the connection to us. We've already seen people in our care be killed because of the information that we shared.
And you think that every time she talks to a priest, she does not give our exact description already?
I don't think... But whether she gives them our description or not doesn't matter. The information that we have that we give her...
This.
Yes, I'm not trying to protect us here. We already know that we are in danger. We're trying to protect her. Even if she finds this information out on her own, which personally I don't think is very likely. At least not to the full extent that we have. The fact that we are not the ones communicating and providing this information is my point.
I think that the mother deserves to know the fate of her child. I will not fight you on this.
But we don't even know the fate of her child. We have some ideas. Nothing else. We weren't even able to confirm if the boy had a soul or not. We just are making guesses based off the limited amount of information that we have provided. Even giving her the truth would be a false hope at best.
Put it in the opinion of the society, it is generally best to keep information close to the chest. Elga was well aware of the rules when her husband worked here. That sometimes you will not know, and that is the way it is. I would operate under the same principle even if it was just a kid. Yes, meow.
I understand and I agree, and normally in any other circumstance I'd be fighting on yours and Vic's side, but this circumstance is just harder for me.
And perhaps better not to act. She doesn't seem like the type to give up easily anyway.
To do nothing is still a choice.
Indeed.
Sometimes it's not the worst choice either. At this
I don't
point,
intend to stop
I would not
him.
worry about it in the short term.
I don't intend to stop anyone from acting, yourself included, Sven, but I think it's a bad idea. If you feel that it's best to give her this information, then by all means.
I have something with which to table this discussion.
Good idea.
I go into the backpack and take out the honestly just plain looking sack that I've been keeping the ion in. And I dump out the whole thing onto well, presumably another free space, or I just shove some of the food out of the way.
Mhm.
I point at it.
Fingers.
This is... Well, I suppose we did appraise Vic's mace to be worth a pretty penny, but that is definitely the most valuable thing we pulled out of the gauntlet by far.
Most likely, yes. You will not find somebody in this city who would be able to buy it.
Unworked ion, and I, for one, think that we should find how to work it. Just,
Any ideas?
Yeah, what would you use it for, Fernix?
that you could use it for...
Evil. I'm sorry.
Just, yes, conquering the world. That way we don't have to worry about any of this bullshit. We could just live the good life.
We'll make him a new soul.
Full Metal Alchemist.
We'll just enslave entire countries and have them feed us grapes until we die of heart failure. It would be fantastic.
Depending on the
You
country, I
could
wouldn't be
replace
against
our
that.
hearts. Sorry.
It's true. Well, right, but anything magical, pretty much. You could make it with this.
Any ideas on how to work it?
Not personally, no. That is,
Any.
maybe not magic lost to time, more like, well, when only a few people have that kind of knowledge and those people die, generally very hard to figure out how to work it again. Kind of the cost of keeping such valuable information in the hands of so very few.
Particular artistry such as this would also require very particular tools, would it not? And I don't imagine they're very easy to find.
Uncertain. I do not know what they would look like.
If it's for making magical objects, usually you just... Something like this can focus in on what it's supposed to be, and it'll become it eventually, hopefully.
Well, I have no idea about the process, so I leave that to you.
Involves a lot of staring and going, I really hope it's like this.
Not how I imagined it. Huh.
Perhaps if we're headed to some of the larger cities, we might be able to find an artisan that might have a bit more context.
Right. So any and all ideas are up for grabs, pretty much. I figure it would be bad of me to keep to myself. Also, if we find any more of this stuff, definitely even just a tiny little grain, that would be worth taking.
I do think that perhaps we should get the rest of it.
Is it possible?
Rest?
No, wait.
Oh, I
Actually,
thought
yeah.
there was more left.
Oh no. I checked on that to make sure that we didn't, because then I'd be like, well then straight away, as soon as you're done sealing it up, I'm like, I'm just gonna go back in and get something real quick. And
If it's anything like... My first guess would be to look at something like Baal Olom or many of the other dwarven skyholds. They're crafters. You might know.
You're a little quiet.
They're crafters, by a lot of them, and they might have the proper means, materials, tools, etc. that would be required.
They absolutely do.
if not, they could probably make the proper tools.
Do you have any insight on this, Gurgamish?
Out of character, I feel like Garugamesh would know that they.
So out of game, I'm sorry, I want to ask what are the effects of this? Like, if you were to work it into an armor or a ring, like, what does it do?
So out of game. Who's your favorite Power Ranger?
Imagination.
The white Power Ranger.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Mine's the pink one.
I actually met the Green Ranger before he died.
Oh. Well. Still probably neat.
You can say sorry for your loss.
To
Your
answer
loss?
one question.
I'm not sorry for his loss. The Red Ranger, though, that's one that I'm gonna be like, all right, get out your 40s and get ready to piss on someone's grave.
The real Power Ranger fans know that it was the Green Ranger who became the White Ranger, I think. I don't know.
Mhm.
I don't remember. the
Real
part.
fans
Yeah.
know this thing, I think. I don't remember.
Real fans know that the Power Rangers, which is cut up footage of Japanese TV shows. So
Yep. Z Ranger.
To answer
Mostly.
one question, making, like game terms, making armor and weapons out of it really would be fucking worth it. The value is being able to make other things, specifically, things which enhance or amplify abilities. You can make a weapon and armor out of it. It would be an absolute fucking waste of it, though.
Yeah.
The second question is from Giru. Yes, you would also be aware that there definitely were artisans who worked on that. And they were not the same kind of people who also worked armors and weapons and tools. They're often enough, they were more like rune scribes. Basically, kind of like arcane craftsmen.
yeah, so Daxius, it's not quite the same profession as a traditional metal worker. It's to work the ion. It's more like inscribing runes per se, giving it a set of instructions for the material to follow. And you can do many different things with it. If you remember I am blanking on the names of those things that Vic and I caught during the monster wrangling.
Oh, the
Clockwork
Spy.
Yeah, the construct.
The Clockwork Spies likely have some sort of ion stone device inside them.
Ah. So you could power a construct with it. That makes a lot of sense.
We could theoretically, set Lugo free and make our own Lugo.
Theoretically. You think you could pull that off, Fernix?
Hey, I paid good money for that Lugo.
That hashtag set Lugo free.
Could make a golem, possibly. I've looked into the methods, but it would be very expensive.
Don't.
Suppose if it went berserk, we'd at least have the amulets where to probably put it down. Doesn't really prevent it from killing any of us, but
It helps.
prevent it from rampaging and tarnishing everyone's good name, I suppose.
Out of character, can you use sense motive on a golem?
No.
They
Yeah, probably not.
they
Well-
normally just take orders.
That's the
If
difference
they
between
were
a
able to-
golem and a construct.
I guess in
following orders.
Yeah,
a sense, if they were able to use the bluff combat maneuver, you technically would be able to use sense motive.
it's true.
But I think that's a very specific situation that you were probably not asking about.
What if we made our golem with the ability to lie? Just so that way we can catch it in case it does try to betray us.
That's right.
Yeah, and its nose gets bigger every time it does.
And then we give it the ability to take weapons apart and just put the handle on the weapon part on different ones now.
Yeah. It's a very modern reference.
Yes.
Porcupine, but with weapons on the back, so it can go and then a bunch of swords come out and it can battle that way. That'd be
Yeah.
pretty cool.
And it looks like a regular construct, except its left arm is entirely made out of metal, and you can attach different things to it.
Mhm.
And his name is John Bloodborne.
Oh, is that a mechanic
Yes.
from Bloodborne?
Kind of. It's the Liza P game that just came out.
I've
Yeah.
never played Bloodborne.
It's a Pinocchio-based Souls game.
Yeah.
I've seen it.
Oh, I did.
It
hear
looks
about
really good.
It's cool though.
Yeah, it's actually kind of fun.
Is it on Game Pass?
Yeah, here the
Anyway.
people are like, oh, it's like a Souls game, but like this feels good, and I'm like, yay!
Oh yeah, it's very
Only took
Bloodborne.
them.
Yeah.
Who was
Yeah,
it here that was
it's next-
recommending like Senran
Senran.
Kagura? Do you guys remember that game?
What? We're going so off track.
The beach babes one.
Anyway, Chris
I
Chan.
remember Sunrun
It
Kagura.
must have been you. It must have been you, Bert.
So, yeah, obviously. But yeah, so I guess then in that case, this sounds like the thing that we could make things do different things with. So,
It really do be like that.
mhm.
People don't think it'd be like it is.
but
But I do.
But it do.
yeah, maybe even like make class features do different things. I don't know.
Sorry, I'm not familiar with class. Like, so do poor and rich people just have different skills or something? I'm confused.
Yes,
Like you're going back into character, but we
Yes,
already
they
talked
do.
about Chris Chan, so technically you just introduced Chris Chan to the lore.
No.
in fact, rich people have better weapon proficiencies than poor people do.
Better financial literacy.
Mhm.
True.
They can you could usually afford like people to do all the hard labor from them, so they can just sit in there and stack all their knowledge skills, and then use their ability to make a DC 15 knowledge check to make you look really stupid at a party. And that's why the upper class is keeping the lower class down, so they can look really cool.
It all makes sense now.
That's why I oppress people.
So, anyways,
But yeah, so I guess hit me with ideas eventually, or just throw out an idea, and then we can put a price on it. I don't know.
I could possibly. I'm. Actually, how far am I through the Conjuration and Illusion book?
probably at least halfway.
I could maybe apply some of what I'm learning from this book and to help you in that regard. At least I'll get back to you on that when I'm done the book, but it's a lot of things are in pieces right now, and they've yet to make the whole.
By all means. Yes, the possibilities being endless means that I don't know what the hell to do, so. Great. So then we won't do anything about either one of the things we discussed.
Amazing.
Fantastic. Glad we could make this progress, everyone.
We did it.
Feel free to have some more of the food. It's probably rather cold now, but no, that's nothing anyone
That takes
here is.
probably yes.
And none of us really been stopped by that before, so.
And if you need anything
I
else, I will
take-
be here. Just perhaps don't go blabbing this stuff to the general public.
Didn't plan on it.
Do our best not to.
We'll do if you want to die, and then you do you.
We appreciate your information, Jean-Luc.
Always.
And if anything comes up with that the journal or in your research, we appreciate it if you could let us know.
I will do that. Well, thank you for stopping by, and thank you for the coffee, even if it felt like being punched in the face. Why do I like it? I do not know.
It's
It's a mystery.
taste is something you get used to, learn to appreciate.
I suppose so.
Right. Well, have a good rest of the evening then.
It's just so awkward, and he walks out.
So,
No one's leaving. Everyone's saying goodbye.
Yep.
so that took a little bit of time because there was a lot of conversation in there. Does anybody have anything between now and the dance?
Reading my
mean,
book.
Again, crafting, but that's about it.
I did want to talk to at the very least, Daxius and Gilgamesh about the whole situation with Siegfried Ash. Because I don't think they ever quite explained exactly what was happening there.
Well, I don't think we need to tell you anything.
I mean, he was going to ask about it.
I think it would be not good to keep them in the know in this regard.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
I think it'd be good to keep them in the know regarding, well, the shit we created. This time.
But don't worry. I'll look dependent on me. It was my idea for the job.
Yep.
Basically, Siegfried Ash, he thought we were really cool for, taking down that lumber mill, and he wanted to have us do another job, or he was going to turn us into the police.
You ready for that one again?
Translation for that, he was impressed at our work, but he had to pay off the guards, and in return wants us to do a job.
I feel like that's a bit closer. Well, what kind of job?
We have to sneak into somebody's room, and take a copy.
And we throw up the barrier.
Sure. Take a moment. Cast the spell.
Sorry, continue, Guru Rush.
Yes, we have to find a designated party, and in this, I believe it was a room in the Lion Lady, the trophy room. We're supposed to find a book. Siegfried Ash is going to provide us an exact copy, and we are to use a spell to copy the contents into Ash's locked book. We're not allowed to look inside. We don't know why we're copying this book, but we're gonna do it and deliver the message.
There's also one important note you didn't add, and is that this is a Valliere Society member we're doing this to.
Ah, yes. That slipped my mind.
That's
troubling. Yes. It is a very big problem.
Did they give any other context as to who this might be?
Nope, they just said someone was coming in a few days. You know who else happens to be coming in a few days, who happens to be a Valliere Society member?
The Mentor?
The Mentor.
The Mentor?
Yes, that's...
I have no confirmations that it's the Mentor, and I'd like to ask someone, without drawing attention, to see if there's possibly anyone else coming. But as far as I'm aware, they're the only Valliere Society member coming.
I would be very, very concerned about actually carrying out.
It's not something I'd like to do. If we can think of a way out of it, I think we should.
Well, if this person does end up being our mentor, it could be as simple as just asking them.
It could.
I don't know that I would want to do that.
If
they're really a Valliere Society member, I feel like they might just turn us in.
The Valliere Society is not known for having every one of its members be on the squeaky clean side of the law.
Sure,
they understand. You don't have to explain to them how you got in this situation exactly. But if we do end up going the route of explaining things, it would be good for them to know, and if necessary, perhaps be able to create a similar but false copy of whatever information is in that book.
That was an idea I had in mind. My kind of idea of what... At least if I was alone with just my people following me and Natari, what I'd likely do is, and my first thought was taking the book, copying it down, doing as they ask, but then we can't open the book that Siegfried Ash wants us to look into, or wants us to copy over. But they didn't say we couldn't look into their book, the one we're copying. I wanted to see if there was anything possibly important, and I know that is snooping, but it's kind of what I do.
If you're going that route, it would be better to just talk with the person first.
Yeah, well, This is why I'm not... This is why I think it was a good idea to talk about this, because this whole situation has gotten me perturbed. I'm not exactly operating at 100% capacity when it comes, at least.
In any case, we've got a few days. It's not a completely unsalvageable situation.
It's pretty fucked, though. If worst comes to worst, I think people at this point can make the connection that I've been doing a lot of high-profile things. I've been trying to keep to the shadows, but I'm sure people will have noticed that Daxius, me, or at least the identity I'm going by, has been around the party in their off time a decent amount. I've been seen in public with many of you one-on-one and as a group. Worst comes to worst, Siegfried Ash might have made the connection that I am Inara, the one in the mask. Worst comes to worst, I could fake Daxius' death.
I think you might be looking a few steps ahead.
It's good to have a
Steps
plan
further
B.
than necessary. This is more like a plan double Z, but I don't think we necessarily need to worry about faking our deaths or anything of the sort. Perhaps starting with plan A and talking things out.
Again,
Might
worst
be the
case
way to go.
scenario, I'm just saying that I'm not against it.
I could talk to them.
Well, we'll all have to talk to them at some point. If this is the mentor, of course.
I'm obviously not very happy, but if this is the punishment that you must Sven pauses, thinks on something, and then shakes his head. If this is the atonement that you must provide, and I suppose there could be worse.
No, the worst part is that I have to do this. There's no way out of this. This is why I wanted to avoid even talking to him in the first place when I first got the information.
Right.
The way I look at it, the way you should be seeing this is why you should have avoided stealing like this in the first place.
Right.
I had my reasons, and I stick by them. But I'm not...
And so does Ash.
I'm not disagreeing.
Well, what comes around goes around.
You won't always be atop of the roost. But, I suppose when the time does come, you could probably do with a distraction of some kind, so let one of us know.
Well, vice versa as well. If anyone thinks of anything more intelligent than anything I've come up with, feel free. Either way, either before or after, I do plan, if it is the mentor, I do plan on informing them that this has transpired.
We've got a few days to piece things together, and we're still missing information. Perhaps it's not best to dwell on it before all the pieces are available to us.
Right.
In any case, I
do want to say though, if things go bad, this is your responsibility, Daxius and Giru.
I'm aware.
Right. We were yeah. So I was planning for just Daxius and I to take care of it, because it would be our responsibility. But I think it was a good idea to inform you all.
Just in case things go wrong, you should at least know what has led up to our possible going missing or whatever worst case scenario might happen.
I poke my head outside of Vic's spell real quick, if I'm able to do that.
It's like
Just
a
to
10
make
foot radius.
Yeah, just to make sure it's still working. And then I put my head back in. And I did accept money, so I feel like we'd have benefited from you.
No, I
doing
don't
that.
about leaving things. To be perfectly honest, if I remember correctly, I think I wasn't necessarily discouraging you either. So we'll say that part was my responsibility. Not that I planned on letting things be left to you alone, regardless. It's a group problem.
It is. It has become a group problem. I never intended this to get this bloated.
It happens.
It's partially my fault in the moment for being emotional and not looking in further to who I was targeting. But I still think...
Yeah.
I still think if that I was to go back and do it all again, I might pick a different target, but I would still have done it. I had my reasons.
Yes, I understand. In any case, we don't need to worry about that right now. We've got several days before the final puzzle piece enters the picture.
Yes. Let's just hope it doesn't create any unnecessary bodies getting this done. It's just a fucking book after all.
Yeah, I'd like to avoid any bloodshed. They did say that they would help secure no bloodshed. They want this to be as quiet as possible.
Understood. Just let me know if I need to create enough acid to get rid of a body.
I'll let you know.
Does it still count as bloodshed if the body is dissolved?
Some of the old Veies rules said specifically no bloodshed by blade, so horrible acid attacks, ahoy.
Yeah.
Everything I learned about Veies is just stranger and stranger.
I really can't speak for how they did things back in the old days. Apparently, they had this whole thing with the dragon on the wall. You guys were there.
Right. Fernix,
Yeah,
are you going to become their newest follower?
I don't know how I can be something that I already am again.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got your god confused. My bad.
My god is not a giant parachrome dragon.
Right.
I wish. Although I suppose they could be if they wanted to.
You can be anything.
So anyway.
Anyway.
So, anything between here and the dance competition?
Reading.
I was gonna fuck with the Ion some, but you know.
After the dance competition, I've got a shield to pick up and some roleplay, but...
Okay.
Yep,
Well.
Vic was... Okay. Yeah. Not super important.
Something going on?
Vic was probably just gonna head back to his quarters and try to go over his gear, clean things off.
How much time until the dance competition?
About 3 hours.
3 hours. I'll do some crafting after everyone else is done.
Okay. Alright. I'm gonna have to go over that because that'll be the first time we're rolling under the new rules.
Not the first time.
Was it the second?
I think so. I did find the crafting rules a bit verbose, so I did rewrite them and posted them in my channel. If they're up to your standards, feel free to repost them into the general chat. But I thought it made a little more sense that way.
Yeah, I think so. I have to look over it again, but yeah, I think so.
Well, for this piece, I'm going to incorporate 2 pieces of ivory and a diamond to make a necklace with a diamond in between the pieces of ivory.
Okay.
And total material value is 175 GP.
Okay.
I will roll for that.
There's a DC of 15.
Character sheet wasn't coming up with the command.
You're able to make it. So you'll add 25% to that. It'll take you about a little under 2 hours. And yeah.
Okay, cool. It's at 218.75 for the added value. Do we want to round up to
Yeah, just
220?
round it to 219.
290. Okay.
Alright. Alright. Then I guess before we get into the dance competition, let's take us a little bit of a break first.
Smart.
Right.
Alright.
Mhm.
Alright, then we will be back in, let's say, about 10 minutes. Alright?
Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Cool.
See you then.
See you then.
Mm-hmm.
And we're back. That felt like a really short break.
It did.
Lasted 45 minutes.
Oh no, my god.
It's been 3 years for me.
It's been 100 fucking years. So,
Yeah, I actually died and was reincarnated. It took so long.
again?
Yeah, for the second time.
So, 8 o'clock finally starts to roll around, and the streets have definitely filled up. The fair has recommenced, and the main event tonight will be at the trophy room. The trophy room is perhaps the most expensive venue here in town. It is massive. It is very gaudy. It is the kind of place where they might not let you in if you're not dressed right. However, because they are the venue of a public competition this evening, a lot of that has come off. So, those of you who would not otherwise be allowed into such an establishment, people don't pay much attention to you at all as you enter. You learn that the competition will be held in basically what functions as a mixed ballroom and kind of like outdoor area near a large pond in the back. They show those of you who sign up, and I believe it is a small fee for normal people to... Yeah, it's a gold. As it's much more about raising attention and bringing some prestige to the establishment. They show you to where you're going to be performing, and they tell you how this is going to be going down. There will actually be 2 sections. The first section will be a solo performance. You'll be going up, and obviously you have a couple minutes to perform a routine, and once you're done, you are graded based on your result. Once everybody has completed their routine, you will then be paired up. You get to choose who you are paired up with, and of course, if you don't make that choice quickly enough, you might end up with somebody you might not prefer performing with. You will then have a performance after that, with an average of your combined skills or what you bring to the table. After that, the awards will be giving out. Every participant will be allowed to eat and drink here at the trophy room for free from a prescribed menu. There will then be 3 place prizes of increasing value, as well as the people who win the actual full pot, specifically the paired section. You will be invited to take the feast sitting at basically the winner's table with the owner and a few other notable people. Daxius, I believe you are the only one who is going to be performing.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware in the party, yeah. I
party.
do want to make a note, though. Going into this, I'm getting rid of Alter Self and using my normal Kitsune form. No mask, no anything. But I will have Oath of Anonymity on.
Okay. You do have a few minutes to kind of get an idea as to who else is performing. You do notice that there will be about 7 other participants besides yourself. And they range in size, shape, gender, age, and even kind of builds. There are definitely people who are dressed in much nicer clothes. There are those who definitely strike you as people belonging to the working class. And there's actually a guy who will be performing in a soldier's armor.
Actually, as a note, can I actually use the Dust of Illusion to give myself an outfit?
Sure, yeah.
I want to give like something that's like like kind of centered around the forest. Like there's like leaf patterns all over it, but it's like got like glitter. It looks like it has glitter on it, essentially. So like it
Sort of
reflects
a
the light.
sequin look. But
Yeah.
maybe not that disco.
Like casually disco, I guess, but like also with like, just a lot of nature aesthetic.
Sure. Yes, no problem at all. You're able to use a charge of your Dust of Illusion.
I also can I actually have like a just like a face, like a green face, like a
A dominant
what are
mask.
is that what they're called?
What like old superheroes from like the 40s and 50s would wear?
Oh,
Yeah.
not quite a domino mask, but like you know those like party masks that like rich people would go to balls in.
A carnival mask. A carnival.
A masquerade mask?
Yeah,
God.
like that, but also very heavily nature themed and made out of like flowers and leaves.
Yeah,
No problem.
that's cool.
So, roll me a 1d8.
Big money, no whammies. God damn it.
You'll be performing third.
Perfect.
So, the time
First-
finally comes around. There's a
Start the
decent
golden
crowd
bird.
in here, by the way. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just mumbling to myself. First the worst, second the best, third the golden bird, or whatever. Whatever your version is.
I don't remember. I do know what you're talking about. Fuck me, that was forever ago.
First is the worst, second is the best. What is the third one that I can't remember the one that I would use as a kid?
The one that I always heard was the third is the one with the hairy chest.
That's what it was.
That's
That's
it.
the
Or
one.
it was
that's
golden chest. I thought it was the one with the golden chest.
I've heard both as a kid, golden and
I only ever heard hairy chest.
Yeah, well, we hear what we want to hear.
Okay, okay.
That's right, we do.
Yeah. So, the first person who will be performing, taking to the stage, the room that you're in, there is still, like, it is a performance, and there's a stage, like, with an open back leading out into the, like, actual pruned and preened nature in the retaining wall out back. But within, like, closer to the front of the building, everyone is seated, so you're able to drink and eat and take it in. Is a half-elf male, probably somewhere in his, if he were human, 20s or 30s, and you are also able to select the music that is playing. There is a band that is hired here to play. It's not a huge arrangement, but they're at least talented enough that they can accommodate you. So the fella has a word or two with... That's fucking loud. Oh, I think I set that up right. Oh well. Music from the fucking stream. The music begins, it is very kind of jovial, and the guy almost rushes onto the stage to perform a rather energetic routine of wild, almost jerking, evocative movements. It's definitely modern, I guess is the word I would use, I suppose. And overall, the performance comes out pretty okay. Like, it's impressive for his ability to be flexible and move about on the stage, but so on and so forth. If you don't like loud and quickly moving, you're not going to be satisfied. But either way, he comes to a conclusion down on his knees, sliding towards the edge of the stage, and the music comes to a close. There
That
is
was
a decent amount of
obnoxious.
scattered applaud. Yeah.
Interesting. Daxius is not impressed by this performance.
The-
Impressed by the dance moves, not impressed by the dance they chose.
The second person up is a human woman, most likely in her late 30s or 40s, And the music that she chooses to go up to is traditional. I guess I would... It is very imperial, it is very bombastic, it is very controlled. And as she goes up, takes her bow, and begins, her movements are refined, controlled, and they're very heavy on the lower part of her body and the noise that she makes. Kind of a mixture of clog and, more to the dance. And the performance is not nearly as impressive as the fellow before. And the music comes to an end, and she takes her bow, and scattered applause, not nearly as impressive as the previous person. Which will bring us to Daxius.
Okay. Just take a minute to breathe before walking up on stage. Actually, sorry. Before that, I actually go up to the band and I... hey. I'm not looking for anything showy with my performance. Preferably, if at the beginning you could just stick with beating drums and maybe do some vocals, something a little more primal, and maybe add instruments slowly into the song until it comes to a crescendo. I trust you with the music part, but I wanted this to be more tribal, I suppose, is the best word I can choose.
The musicians look to you, and they're dressed rather well. It is very obvious that they are professional musicians. And the guy
I'm
you're
sure that's
talking
so
to
weird.
is sitting at a harpsichord, and he just kind of looks to the others and says, "Okay, yeah, they will take it off. I will be taking my break then." And he stands up, and because obviously harpsichords don't exactly go great with that kind of a...
Yeah, no.
Goes for the bar to go get something to drink. They oblige you as best as they can with the music or the instruments that they have. It's probably not nearly as primitive and primal as you would have wanted, but they're making do. I'll give them that. So, go ahead and give me your performance, and give me a bit of a... Actually, give me a description of what you're going to go for before you roll.
Well, first, I'm going to use my bardic performance to inspire competence. I'm using all of my remaining charges to inspire competence during this performance. Which also affects me, so it gives me a +1 on all my rolls.
Okay.
But it will also... I'm also designating everyone in the crowd, everyone in the building, as allies, so they'd all receive the benefits from this.
Okay.
So, it kind of starts with just some soft, he just stands and plays, and it's nothing flashy, and he just kicks a little bit, and as he kicks, the bells on his legs kind of jingle. He starts out very soft and slow, but then as the music begins to pick up and more instruments are added, he starts going into a full warrior stance, doing a few circles. And it's mostly focused around the legs. And while it gets to a higher point in the song, he's actually going to use where is it? Why is it not listed here? It's not listed in my spell-like abilities anymore for some reason, but Kitsune do get dancing lights. So they're going to, when it comes to a higher crescendo, use dancing lights and kind of have 3 globules of light twirling around them as they dance. And maybe have them I'll have the lights an emerald green color. And then they'll do a final rapid stamping on the ground as if a stampede was coming before finishing with a final stomp and raising their arms up.
Alright, give me a roll +3.
Does that include my bardic performance?
No.
Okay.
Alright. as it comes to a close,
Nice.
it is
Happy.
quiet for a bit. And then there's, I'm pretty sure it's probably the people at your own fucking table that start, you know, I'm putting words in their mouths, but I'm hoping that they would applaud. If they even can
No.
at all.
No.
Just sitting there dead-eyed.
Is it?
I start booing.
I was
enough.
just about to be like, I applaud, and then I'm like, actually, hold on, what time is it? 8. Okay, so yeah, I applaud.
Okay.
And then other
Don't
people,
feel any obligation to applaud. Daxius won't mind.
other people pile on, and then it's like, it's definitely a, people don't know what to make of it, but as soon as a few people start going, then it becomes significantly louder in its applause.
Fair enough. I give a formal, bow, and I will step off the stage. As I'm going, I'll just, flick a gold coin to, someone in the band. I don't care who, just, I'll let them fight over it. I just flip it in the general direction.
Mm-hmm.
What general direction do you flip it in?
West.
The musicians.
Okay.
There's a mother with a baby. Just throws the
Is
coin
it-
at the baby's head.
Is it? My question is it
Maybe,
near our
yeah.
table?
Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
My question was, is it near our table?
Oh no, I
Okay.
don't think so.
I don't think so, no. The band's right up against the stage, and I don't think you got there early enough to get a table near there.
I don't dive over the entire band to get the 1 gold coin. If it was platinum, maybe.
Fair enough.
There is a decent amount of time after, as the crowd comes back down, where it's there's definitely an argument of, you can see people over on the sides, fuck, and then finally this halfling goes forward, it's a halfling girl. It's kind of hard to tell how old she is, but you're definitely thinking she's on the younger side. She's dressed in this really bright floral gown, and she goes up, speaks with the band, who are okay, sure, and then goes up. The music that is played as she goes to the stage is very cheery and bright, and she puts her hands out and ribbons run down, and she begins a floor routine. Very traditional halfling, almost like a Mayfair dance. Very bright colors, a lot of movement of utilization of the dress flying around and just the ribbons up in the air, and it's cute. And people seem to definitely like that. Not as much as the previous performance, but it's greeted pretty well. And she wasn't one of the people that was arguing about not wanting to follow that. So she finishes and she's smiling, really bright. Just doesn't seem to give a shit one way or the other, and just bounds off to the side.
Clappity clap, 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 clap.
Daxius loves that performance.
The next person to go up is a male gnome who spends some time speaking with the band, kind of nodding and pointing and that kind of thing, handing them a few things to guide them. And then he goes
Sven.
up. A male gnome.
Oh. I was gonna ask if Sven was gonna shout anything during the performance.
Oh, because he's a racist. That
No.
is canon. So, he goes up. This guy is dressed, I would say, well. Those of you who are more fashion-minded can definitely tell that he is dressed well for somebody who that is probably the nicest thing that he owns. And he goes up, gives a rather formal bow, and then begins his routine with a band playing very driving, very I don't want to say clashing, because that's not the word I'm looking for, but very almost discordant music, which is significantly more popular among both the Nomish and Dwarven population than perhaps it would be among the humans. And his movements are very, like kind of similar to yours, and like they have that a certain primality, but not in the same way that yours represents a wild and nature-esque. His is much more like tribal in a way, like just sort of very, visceral and relying primarily on sharp, strong movements. And it's fine. It's not a bad performance, definitely not the worst by far. But there is definitely a culture difference there. And he takes his bow, seeming to not care one way or the other. And the music comes to an end. After this is a human man who he goes up, speaks with the band, hands them sheets of paper, they kind of nod at it, and he goes up. He is dressed in a set of half-plate. He has a cape that runs up and over his shoulders. He has a helmet on, jack boots, long gloves, and he is armed. The music that begins to play is, I would say, it takes a distinct patriotic tune to it, but the thing is, it's not like anybody's national anthem or anything like that. It's very militaristic. It's very drum heavy. It's very driving in a way that the Nomish man's was, but much more horns, a lot more control. It's very much meant to evoke the scenes of a marching parade or a battlefield. And he throws the cape off, draws both of his sabers, and does a very traditional sword dance, using his body weight and the weight of his armor to move down against the ground. Imagine a Cossack dance. That is what he pretty much goes for. And it's honestly pretty fucking good, all things considered. That's a pretty damn decent roll. You can definitely hear that the humans in the crowd seem to like this a lot better than other performances, but it doesn't evoke a certain Valkyrian nationalism. It's not anything like that. In fact, the music sounds very Valliere. So Sven, that actually might be relatively familiar to you. That is probably the, what do they call that? A march for the Valliere field army.
Okay. I'll lean over and tell the people at my table about it. Oh, this is the traditional song in Valhalla. It's a marching song that some of the soldiers will sing when out on, march.
Yeah. Interesting.
It's also probably as close to breakdance as you're going to come in this kind of a time period too. Up and down, on his elbows, on his knees, on his back. Decent control for somebody wearing 60 pounds of armor.
I'm very impressed with this man. Being able to do all that weight.
The show comes to a close at the crescendo of the march, and he manages to get himself back upright, at almost the right moment. And you can tell, those who are in the front can definitely see, the exertion on his face. The red that's coming through his rather pale skin. And he takes a harder officer's bow, puts the swords back into their sheaths, and leaves the stage.
Unfortunately, no endurance. Atari would not like that man.
I think he's probably got more endurance than you might think.
Perhaps.
Is it only me, or did Barry go green for anyone else?
No, Barry's green.
Okay.
Barry's not green for me.
What?
Oh,
Barry's
no.
not green.
It's not easy being green.
You can see it on the stream.
Yeah.
Now you're no longer green.
I'm green, abadi.
Super
I
green.
was not looking.
Yeah,
Don't take
you
a
were,
screenshot of the screen. This
your
show me
screen
what it
was
looked like.
completely green, and
Yeah.
there was a red bar on the left side.
I wanted to make sure because I was like, if you did that, I'm like, well, that happened too quickly for me to notice. So
The next person to go up speaks with the band for a little bit and then takes the stage. It is an elven woman with blonde hair that has been pulled back taut against the back of her head. Her skin is bronze going on brown. She's pretty, I guess, in a way that most elves are, and as for age, you have no fucking idea, because elves are basically eternal. However, she is dressed in rather kind of plain clothes. Things that are loose-fitting and probably would be better suited on a man. It's also, despite being rather plain and straightforward, you can tell that the cuts are good and that the quality of material is good, even if the design itself seems rather plain. The music that begins to play is rather simple. It's primarily driven by flute and string, and she goes into a routine that those of you who are familiar with this kind of thing is very heavily inspired by martial arts. She has movements which are very fluid, very controlled, and very precise. It is a kind of Zen performance of self-control and display of power in a way that is impressive, if not pretty. And while obviously her technical skill is very good, the crowd doesn't respond very well. There is a scattered applause, but it's not greeted rather great. She doesn't seem to care one way or the other, and finishes with a up in the air act before setting into basically a stick and land. Takes her bow and leaves. Which leaves one person left on the stage. It is a female dwarf who is dressed in very traditional dwarven gear, probably suggestive of a Western skyfall rather than an Eastern one, as it is colors that blend reds, greens, and blues, and are relatively loose-fitting. And she barely has to speak with the band at all before they're like, yeah, okay, and then she goes up. The music that begins is rather... I guess I would say this. I think a lot of people, dwarves or not, would expect her to do a rather traditional dance, and it is not. She is doing a performance that would probably be very well perceived in the highest Ferrandi and Devronian court. It is fluid twirling and bowing and twisting and jumping and movement in a way that seems to flow with and work with the music that is being played. This is definitely a dance that is meant for a large crowd. And yet her presence is still well done. She seems to fill out that stage despite being by herself. And when she is done, there is a decent amount of applause. People are impressed, especially because this is the kind of dance which is now very much in vogue. So there's a decent amount of oh, the nobles here and the rich people are oh, I recognize that, yay. She's still talented, but there's definitely a, this is popular right now, and, it impresses me that you've been in the right courts to know this kind of thing. Her bow is very shallow, and she moves off of the stage very softly. Which brings to the end the individual portion. You'll have about 30 minutes to eat, drink, relax, as well as pick out your partner or be assigned one. Daxius, you're able to choose someone if you so desire.
I think I'm most interested in either... I don't actually know. think I'm gonna go talk to the halfling girl who did the ribbon dance.
Okay. She's sitting with a few other people at the bar, kind of kicking her legs. Like, doesn't seem to be taking a lot of this very seriously. Not that a lot of people here are taking it seriously, but it's very obvious those who fucking are. Yeah.
I was impressed by your performance.
She's like halfway through her drink and like puts it down and she says, "Oh yeah, yours was really nice too. I haven't seen anything like that. It kind of makes me think of like some things I saw back home down in the south."
You're southern.
North of Devron. I was up here visiting some friends.
I see. You seem very, how do I put it? Practiced and yet nonchalant at the same time with your performance.
I mean, I'm only in the city for like a couple of days. How it comes out doesn't really matter to me one way or the other. It's just fun to be able to do something. I don't get chances like this back home.
Do you enjoy dancing?
Oh yeah, like every time we have like some sort of celebration down there, it's always great. The May ones, the spring ones are always my favorite, but fall can be really good too.
We used to have dances for each season, where I came from.
And what do they look like for you? Was there a lot of colors?
It was, sometimes, yes, especially in the summer was the much more colorful one from what I can remember. But it was more a mixture of practical and traditional, which is why yours drew my attention. You seemed just happy to be there, and there's something about that at a primal level that I appreciate.
Well, it's always nice to be able to bring something up from, you know, back where I come from. I'm Petal, by the way.
Inara.
Well, that's nice. I don't recognize that kind of name. It must be from around here.
It's a stage name, actually.
Okay.
It is one I'm more comfortable giving.
It makes sense. I've been mostly just using my own name because I feel like a lot of people just hear that name and they're like, "Oh yeah, that makes sense."
Yeah, there is a level of extreme awkwardness in the conversation.
And she does not seem to notice or care.
I'm very intrigued by your dance because is dancing a part of your culture, or is it more something you enjoy?
I mean, it's a little part of the culture. I mean, you know, halflings are raised in a lot of more agrarian societies, and a lot of our society kind of revolves around harvest and making food and just sort of, you know, the village. It's not often we get to be able to get all together and do something, you know, special, all for just, you know, the sake of it.
Would you like to do something a little more artistic, so to speak?
I don't know what that means, but I'll do it.
Artistic?
Well, in this, oh, what's the word I'm looking for? Context, I guess? I think everything's pretty artistic, but I don't know what that necessarily means when you mean it this way.
I guess, something that's a little more deeper than just but still, I want to keep the fun aspect that you have going, and I wanted to kind of mix it with my own, I guess, down to earth? I can't think of the proper words. Something where, like, less of maybe you're trying to help me, more of like, kind of like acting and dancing at the same time. Maybe you're trying to help me as a mysterious figure learn to dance. Maybe I'm resistant to it, but eventually your passion overwhelms me.
Oh,
Something like
give
that.
Like a give and take?
Yes. A mutual, two strangers finding each other and having different outlooks, but having a mutual respect and exchanging and standing as equals.
Yeah, sure, I'm willing to do that. That sounds fun.
I think so too.
Alright.
And I'll spend the next little while just planning out some little choreography.
Okay. Okay, so roll me a 1d4. Okay, you'll be going third.
Let's go. First the worst, second the best, third the hairy chest.
Oh yeah, I didn't even notice that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. The first group that goes up is the female human who did the very like traditional imperial dance, partnering with the Nomish man, and they go up and they seem to sort of like what you did, combining a dance into something that seems to flow off of one another, and fucking damn does it work. Despite the individuals kind of not performing great, together they seem to bring to the stage something unique. It is, I would say, controlled, but it's still very exotic. It seems that whatever it is, the both of them seem to bring a decent energy out of the other that together makes them significantly more impressive. And when their performance come to an end, there's definitely a, yeah, we really fucking like this. This was really goddamn good. Okay. The second pairing is the half-elf who went up first, paired with the dwarf, the female dwarf who went last, and while he definitely performs very well, she brings something to be fucking desired, and kind of eats it near the end, but manages to recover to make it look a bit natural. There's a decent amount of like, before like the music comes to an end, and then there's like that obvious like, oh shit, that didn't go great. Not a natural one, but pretty fucking close.
Yeah.
Which brings us to you. Give me the same roll you did before with a +3 again, and I will be giving her the same bonus.
Alright. Oh, there it is. Big money, no whammies.
Okay. I think the both of you worked out okay. I'm gonna reveal her role to yours. I want you to describe how this went based on those roles.
There was some choreographing done in the background, although the main like sustenance of the dance is pretty freeform. It's a lot of like, it's at first like we come from like opposite ends of the stage, and we like bump into each other, and then we don't talk or anything, but we like do like head gestures, and then we like sort of like start communicating through dance. Like I'm kind of like I'm saying something with the tapping of my feet, and she responds with like a ribbon dance or something. But then she like takes it a step forward and does like twirls a ribbon around my body, and I at that point like bring out the goblets of light and dance them around her, and then we eventually start like linking arm in arm, kind of dancing around, sort of together, leaning on each other. It's not like the perfect dance. It's very free form and more a passion of the moment rather than something that's, well, what's the word I'm looking for? Extremely well choreographed and fine-tuned.
Okay. It's raw, something that would probably do with a little bit of extra work to it, but based on the amount of time you were given, it's a pretty decent outcome. It's definitely greeted with a pretty... It's greeted well. Significantly better than the last group, but perhaps not as good as the first pairing.
I'm okay with that.
I was gonna say, the two of you together, like, individually, you were received in, like, a kind of odd way, like, for different reasons, but together it seems to, like, even out. And that seems to bring something that's like, oh, yeah, we can definitely appreciate this.
I will say, for those who are more perceptive, you notice that during this dance, Daxius smiles very rarely, but during this performance, partway through it, he just gets an ear-to-ear grin. That is slightly off-putting for those of you who know Daxius. Almost disturbing, but it seems genuine.
One hell of a smile.
All the fox teeth.
Yeah.
I'm going to eat your chickens. So, that performance comes to an end, and that leaves only a odd pairing. I guess odd in a way, but not at the same time. It is the human soldier who did the saber dance, and the elfin woman who did the martial arts routine. So in a way, they kind of complement one another, and yet at the same time, they're bringing something very similar to the stage. And once again, it works. Like, Jesus Christ, you know, the man can move it, and he can handle that amount of weight on top of his body, despite being, you know, 6 and change and probably 190 pounds without the armor. So, I won't reveal the individuals, but I will reveal the group, or the paired performance. This is the second group that did not perform great. This is the last two. She actually does a lot better than previously, but not great. And this is the first pair.
Ah. Well, shit.
Yeah, I was like, oh, okay, yeah, sure. Yeah. So,
Can't do much against that.
as the performances come to an end, there's definitely, like, the mood in the room has definitely risen to significantly more joviality. Like, there's less of a serious tone here as people, like, okay, yep, like, the piss has been taken, this is where we are. The owner of the trophy room, I don't know if it will be so nice as to work. Ignatius Halfhines. He's a guy in his 50s, and despite that age, he still looks relatively young, and he is very feminine. Just very effeminate. Very obviously queer as a $3 bill. He comes out and announces the award. He starts off with the pairing, because that's less of a big like honor award, and it is, of course, the first pair who went, which I believe was the Imperial Dance, a woman, and the male gnome, which is kind of a shock because they did not perform well in the solo at all.
Something about it just weirdly worked.
Yeah, just one of those things, I guess.
I look over at Sven to see if he's mauling about the gnome winning.
He's not saying anything. He's
Fair
trying
enough.
to keep a straight face.
Okay. After that, he accepts or tells them, they'll be sitting up here at the at this table as we have the feast, and now let's move on to the actual prizes. Everyone here, like participants or not, are able to eat and drink here from a prescribed menu for free, and the food here is top notch. Like even like the smaller menu that you're given is still like, this is pretty fucking good. Third prize. Third prize will actually be going to the soldier. He is introduced as Adrian and brought up, and his award is 115 gold and a set of sleeves of many garments. The second prize is Petal. She got, I think, the second highest rating. You got a 30 and she got a 25. For second prize, she'll be receiving 300 gold and 2 goblets of quenching that take the shape of 2 massive beer steins.
Ooh.
And the first prize is Daxius with a 30. You're brought up, and yeah, not an expectation of winning, but you rolled really fucking well.
Yeah, holy shit. I'd like to thank my mom and dad and you know what? Fuck you. This is all me. I earned this on my own.
The effeminate man, shakes your hand, holds it up, and he then gives you 500 gold and a hat of disguise.
Wow.
Holy shit.
And we have a winner!
Just
Mr.
incredibly awkward about it. Idara.
Mr. Idara!
Someone's not happy about it.
No, I partially didn't want to win. But now he's just up there, super awkward, like, cool, thanks, but,
After that...
Actually, yeah. Sorry.
Still took the money though.
Oh,
Yeah.
fuck yeah. I'm not saying no to that.
Oh, if you're interested in selling the hat, that's actually on my to buy list. So
Damn.
It's a good-
Too bad, I really like it.
okay, no, no pressure at all. I was just saying.
I'll consider it.
No, don't consider it if you want to keep it. I thought you had a different way to disguise yourself.
I have the dust, but I only have a certain amount of it.
Oh, okay.
He lets your hand go and says, more or less invites everybody to enjoy their meals, enjoy the night, and have a great midsummer festival. And thus brings to close the dance competition.
I bow politely to everyone and very hastily make my way off the stage. And I guess I'll maneuver towards the party.
Yep, I was gonna be like, we should probably go catch him, but probably be the faster one.
That was a lot at the end.
You certainly crushed them.
You did a good job.
I guess, yeah. I'm gonna be honest, I did not think that was going to go that well.
You did great.
Thank you for your support. I think after this experience, I need a moment to breathe. Do you need anything from me?
Why not a moment to drink?
I'll take a drink. Yeah.
How about a shot? Here,
I'll
here,
take a shot.
Daxius.
You know what? I think the night is cause for celebration. Let's party tonight.
Somebody get a hose and a funnel. Daxius is not waking up tomorrow.
I just might take you up on that.
You finally got furniture in your house, so maybe you'll have a nice place to lay your head when you get back. That is, if Princess managed to put the bed together.
I
Yeah.
don't think we didn't buy any cushions, if I remember correctly, so I don't think that will work either.
Yeah, I didn't see any cushions, so here's hoping.
I
Here's
don't
hope.
know if null beds have frames, so she might not be familiar.
Well, maybe your
yeah.
not totally useless compatriots were able to go out and, buy some cushions for the furniture while you were gone.
Priona might have said something, if anyone.
Mm.
Actually, Atlas might have popped up. They're pretty particular about having cushions. They actually have their own cushions they bring with them.
Do they just have really bad hemorrhoids or something?
I never asked, and I think that's their own business.
Damn.
If you are curious enough, you are free to ask.
No, I don't need to know. Just, as their wrangler, I thought you might know that if they had to have. Well, the cowboy always takes care of his herd. Knows which ones in his herd are injured and have issues, and which ones are healthy.
I suppose so. Wrangler as a... I don't like to think of them as livestock, though.
Well, I mean, you keep them locked in the house all day, so I guess they're not.
I don't keep them locked in the house.
Yeah.
They have their own free will.
Usually exchange them for dowry and that sort of thing.
They choose to stay chained to the beds.
I've never seen them outside that room except for that one time when they were drinking.
As
They have
feeding
been-
only hay is a controversial decision.
Making them sleep on wooden floors.
Well,
Shearing them.
to be fair, at least they have a roof over their head. When I first found a lot of them, they didn't even have that.
That's a whataboutism, Daxius.
Neither did Lugo,
Suppose
but at
you're
least
right.
he's got... Oh, right.
A lot of them are just misfortunate souls. I'm just
Back in
glad
my
they
day,
have a
we made the
comfort.
homeless turn into roofs.
Oh no.
It
Just act like a
until I was
cheerleading
30
squad.
years old when I finally got to be on the underside of the roof.
Drinks deeply.
I mean, roofs are only good for maybe 15 years or so, but humans live a lot longer than that. So I mean, if you just kind of have a flesh roof, it'd be a lot better than shingles.
But then you also have to feed the... Why am I... Well,
Don't engage. Don't engage. Abort. Abort. Abort.
yeah, Daxius just goes quiet.
There are lots of humans in this city, Daxius. You and
There-
I create an industry.
That's a very sensitive topic for me, so I'd rather not.
Sensitive as in you've had past experiences with humans being sewn into roofs.
I've been the metaphorical roof, if you will.
Oh. Well, that's quite mysterious.
It's not all that mysterious. Just shit upbringing.
Oh well.
Oh well, indeed.
Enough talking about me.
Well, you're the big
Right.
leader.
You're right, we should
Yeah.
change it to a less controversial topic. I turn and look at Sven. I've noticed that you have a problem with gnomes. Did you happen to teach Sasha that too, or...
Oh no.
Oh no, rest assured, she's more racist against them than I am.
Oh, that's why she was licking her lips.
She pulled her teeth back at me when I saw her today. I think maybe she thought I was a gnome.
It was actually Sasha who taught Sven how to be racist.
Are we actually having this conversation? Because I'm down to that. Sven would have absolutely responded that way.
I was
down to explain the origin of Sven's racism.
Oh hell yeah!
I was like, out of game. This is nowhere nearly as funny.
You guys seen
Perhaps
that?
you smelled it on your hands, Giru. Have you been shaking the hands of any gnomes? I know you deal a lot with gold and jewelry.
I didn't, but no, I do not associate with Nomish kind or any such individuals.
Smart man.
No.
I don't know why she would have recoiled from you then. Perhaps something about your vibe.
My vibe.
Dude, you need to get your
Yes.
vibe checked.
My vibe changed.
Creatures of nature can often sense the aura that some people give off.
This is
normally
actually
put
true.
on
They're very
deodorant.
good at reading body language.
That smell, it's just my aura.
Yes, it's very distinctive.
5 foot, no 10-foot radius.
Like a paladin aura.
Yeah.
Is the actually in the universal monster rules under the stench ability?
Alright, so we party for the rest of the night.
Yeah.
I'm actually gonna go approach Petal, was it, that I danced with?
Mhm.
That's a stripper name, by the way.
That is, I mean, I wasn't gonna say it, but it kind of is.
She's a halfling, though.
How
yeah,
old is she, though?
so...
She's descended from a very nice family of strippers.
They're very sweet.
I walk up behind and whisper into Daxius' ear, "Did you still want to meet on the roof?"
Yes, later tonight, like, closer to, like, dead of night, like, when the moon's high in the sky, when most have gone to sleep.
Oh. When the moon
Don't-
is at its apex?
Yeah. Well, just... Don't get any weird ideas. It's actually,
I wasn't getting any weird ideas.
you were giving me a look that made me think you were getting weird ideas.
No. You're just no.
Very unconvincing, no. Nope, no.
Anyways, Vic, do you think you could take this bottle of wine back to the chapter house for me? I don't think I'll be needing it.
Sure, but what wine is that?
It's the wine I had for the bit I was just doing.
Alright, well. Just takes it and puts it in the bag of holding. And it'll be there for when you need it next.
Alright,
but
anyways.
I'll just talk to Petal briefly and just thank them for performing with me and just saying like a good job on getting second place. Just some idle conversations for congratulations.
Yep, and she's obviously very positive, very, sweet right back, just very genuinely excitable about everything.
I'll go back with the party and party with the party. I will, you know what? Tonight I'm gonna try to... Gilgamesh.
Mm-hmm.
You, dwarves are famously constitutional when it comes to drinking alcohol.
That's correct. What did you have in mind?
Perhaps a battle of sorts.
A drinking contest?
Maybe. We could put
You're
money on
going
it.
down.
I want to get in the mood for tonight.
Let's see if you can even climb up onto the roof after this.
We'll see.
Damn, you're not gonna invite Sven to the drinking contest?
I mean,
This is personal.
Open table.
And stay out of it.
Alright.
What, Joe?
I mean, I was gonna make an open house, but let's do this 1-on-1.
No, we can invite Sven. I think Sven wants to join. We can make this personal with Sven too.
Yeah.
Damn you, Sven, and your immaculate storytelling abilities.
Sven drinks so much. I didn't get any feats or anything, but I feel like Sven should get a +4 to drinking alcohol.
I feel like Sven should just. I've decided now that I should be able to do this. Yeah, make it happen.
That's right.
Personally,
More the technique than anything.
I didn't tell anybody, but I actually had a super powerful lightsaber this entire time.
Yes, meow.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to try and match. See if I cannot keep up.
Anyone dying?
All right, everybody
See if
else,
I-
also give me a con check.
Hell yeah, Sven's telling.
Oh.
Through this, Sven is actually going to be telling the story that he wrote. Or had. Well,
Does not
No
make it
one's-
long.
we all rolled 8s!
Yeah, you did.
Hey. You heard of 666, but get ready for 888. The
Wait,
door
shouldn't this be a
of
fortitude
the
check?
alcoholic.
Sure, let's go with a fort check.
that's what I would. Alright.
Probably better for everybody.
Fair enough.
Whoa!
Look at
Nope. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Why did I challenge dwarf? Oh, I know why. Do you
her
like
horse shit.
Ugh. I'm saying this as someone who's used to ale.
Mm-hmm.
Dwarven shit is strong and bitter as fuck.
Well, yeah, how else are we gonna get drunk? This little mule piss that we have down in this country doesn't do anything to me.
I had one stein. And I'm fucked.
Tough titties.
This. If I could get my tolerance used to this shit.
Then you'd
Oh,
level
man.
up as an alcoholic.
That I would be. But damn near bordering on that for the past year anyway. And he just lays his head down.
So Garugamesh, like basically unfazed at this point.
Were you thinking of having an intervention for Daxius as well?
We've like just started drinking and Daxius is already nearly passed out. Sven just turns and is like, so
Best 2 out of 3, Sven.
this 2 out of 3. And eventually you'll drink him under. Oh, well. I mean if we wanna roll. No. Yeah.
Alright, Sven's under now.
It takes a lot longer though, and we talk about stuff.
We do be
Sven-
talking about stuff.
Sven wanted to talk about the book that he wrote today. And just going over the brief stuff that
So,
the footnotes version.
when does the book come out?
It's not entirely certain exactly when. He said quite a lot of steps. It has to go to an editor or something, and then the publishing and the press, and there's a whole lot of steps. But it'll happen eventually.
I already started working up some flyers to promote your new book.
Did you actually?
I was gonna make a point to do it, but I didn't get around to it this session. But Garugama starts, doing the rough sketches of the flyer onto the napkin, just like how he did the other one.
Sven will help you out.
I would love
I'm
to
gonna-
see a sketch of Donkey.
Is it dexterity to do stuff like this?
Well, I believe it's usually a crafting skill or a performance
Yeah.
skill.
I'm gonna pull Daxius up since he's like I guess passed out and like grab his writing hand and be like, Daxius is kind of an autist.
An autist.
An autist. Fucking Jesus.
Let's get him to do the portraits.
Nah, Sven will do
sure.
it while drunk, so I'll take the -4.
It's an artistry check.
I want Daxius to do the portraits while drunk.
I can pencil the ink pens aren't exactly my specialty. I do better with a brush.
Quit complaining and put it on paper.
Do you have
Somehow-
fucking
Just
fine?
even taking the -4 for being drunk, I still get a 17.
Okay.
I want to see Daxius accidentally draw himself into the group picture.
And he somehow does better.
Just barely.
How could this happen?
You learn some things from painting, and they are kind of transferable over.
Uh-uh.
Do I need to do that?
He's
Nope,
dead
doesn't
now.
work. This is so sad, Daxius.
You think this is sad? You don't know the meaning of sad.
Sven, do you think you can pass these rough sketches of the flyer along to Lugo? He's pretty acquainted with the guys at the copy store now.
Yeah, Lugo, he calls over.
Copy
Lugo's
store.
gambling at some table.
He just kind of looks over, like, cigarette, like, halfway to his lips, is like,
Lugo, I'm gonna give you 10 gold to go get 100 copy of these, and then in that 10 gold, just hire a couple ruffians from the Narrows to put these up all over town. We're promoting the shit out of Sven's book. It's gonna be the best thing that ever happened to this city.
I have followers that could do that.
yeah, he's just like, doesn't that one have a bunch of people that just fly around at his house? Get them
Do you
to
think
do
they're
it.
competent? Oh, you can train them, Lugo. You can train them.
I'm not against that.
See? See, look at your face. I can tell you don't want to train them. Would you rather hire your own guys or use Daxius's? I'll leave it up to you. However you want to keep your money. But 10 gold is 10 gold.
He takes it, he kind of looks at it and like, who did this one?
Daxius did the artwork. Sven and I did the writing. If you can't read anything, just hand wave it.
He kind of looks to Daxius like, what should you do tomorrow morning when you're not drunk?
What?
He's fine. He's
And
fine.
he's like,
Why
turns-
not?
This
What's his
wanders
problem?
off back to his seat.
I think
Yeah.
he wanted to gamble with you. Giru is pretty drunk at this point.
I'm not gambling in this state. I will lose everything.
Oh, don't worry. You're already going to lose everything.
I immediately put my hand on my coin purse. That was a threat if I ever heard one.
You have to roll, you have to oppose perception. I'm going for the cigarette.
Did you take my fucking money? Oh no.
While you were worried about your coin purse, I get the, I light up a smoke.
You seem to grab into a pocket that doesn't have any. Oh.
I found these in your prison wallet.
Moving right past that.
moving. Yeah, moving
Yeah.
right past that. Good job. But yeah. If you don't mind me, I'll go take a power nap.
Mm.
So, the two of the people here who aren't, or excuse me, besides the two people who are going to be climbing up onto a roof later, whether or not they fall off in the process is completely irrelevant. What are the three other people doing for the rest of this evening?
Fernix is gonna get some, sort of puffy materials, like pillows and a bunch of other things, and start tying them to a bunch of dowel rods, and him and Vic are gonna do American Gladiator. Right on top of the big platforms. Try and knock each other off. Just from having fuck all to do. No.
Uh, so after we finish our gladiator battle, no, I think
Probably win, by the way.
I mean the extra arm probably helps.
Yeah. Just sort of vanishes partway through doing all this bullshit, and he's like, right, in 14 hours.
Yes, meow.
I mean,
My cat impressions are getting spot on.
that's Sven arguing with Giru and Daxius about the poster.
So
Yeah.
it just becomes Sven arguing with himself because he hasn't noticed the other two are passed out.
Well, I suppose we should probably get these fellows somewhere safer.
Right.
Like, are we still just like at the trophy room?
Yep.
Isn't this supposed to be kind of like a high class event, and we're just kind of like really toasted?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a high class event, but it's much more open to the public this time, so the clientele quality has.
No, I am exploiting this fine alcohol as much as I can. At least to what little limits I can.
People in fancy suits will get totally trashed, too.
Oh, yeah, no, you're not alone.
Art galleries are very entertaining sometimes, I'll say that.
Are there any unsuspecting? Are there any wealthy patrons that look just as drunk as Daxius?
I think the better question is, who isn't?
Who isn't? All right. Well, I'm gonna roll perception to pick a good target to you sleight of hand on. See what I can fish out. Okay. Am I able to pick a good one?
Is that taking into account your drunkenness?
I sobered up.
Oh shit. It's still a
He's a dork.
25, which is still pretty fucking good.
I'm still looking for my lightsaber.
I hand you one of the leftover, like, the Q-tip things.
You just yank the handle off one of the dinner knives.
Yep.
Well,
Grab a candlestick.
so assuming nobody else stops you, yep, you're able to get away with somebody's purse.
Oh, I didn't. That wasn't sleight of hand.
Oh, perception.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was just rolling to see if there's a good target.
I mean, there's definitely a decent amount of good targets. It's just, also remember that this place is pretty packed. So.
All right. That's my sleight of hand check.
Can I see what he's doing before he drunkenly stumbles off into a crowd?
I'm
Just trying to
assuming that
steal
you
people.
and probably Fernix aren't totally sloshed.
No, Vic doesn't drink.
No. Fernix has had a few, but he's also had, like, so much food. Like, just enough food that it's like he could be drinking absinthe and he'd probably be like, I'm pretty drunk at this point after having, like, 8 glasses of...
You see Giru stand up and go, what's this? And just, like, wander off.
I'll, like, grab him by the back of the collar and see how long it takes for him to stop walking.
Like, you have to get me with a strength check on that one, buddy.
I mean, we can do a grappling check if you want.
Oh, I don't know how to, you'll have to tell me how to do that one.
It's just
Give
his-
Vic-
You don't do anything. I've decided that I'm flanking against you.
No.
Okay, I'll give Vic the guidance.
Okay.
Give you that +1.
Why are you determined to not let me have any fun?
Because you learn nothing from robbing that fucking... So hey, no, I'm sure, like, yeah, sure, you want to do this? Go ahead.
It's not so much that I understand why you should be stopped, it's just that I see Vic stopping you and I'm like, well, just
Yeah, that's
assume
probably...
do the right thing, because I was mainly trying to puzzle out what it was that Gray told me.
So versus CMD, but yeah, it's 4 for outflank and 1 for guidance. Hold on, let's not do this tonight. Please,
you know what? If you didn't have your freaking flanking and guidance, you would not have been able to grapple me. So, I'm calling BS because I want to say that you're not flanking.
Well, can't
But-
he?
Look at the rule book.
I think he can teamwork feed himself.
Yeah.
All right.
And also, you still have your armor equipped.
Oh. Well, I didn't mean to have it equipped. I did make a point to say earlier that I did drop my heavy armor off at the chapter house.
Yeah.
Well, it wouldn't have affected anything because your maximum dexterity modifier is not higher than what your armor would allow.
Oh. Whatever.
Well, if he's grabbed you, then you can make a grapple check to escape.
Technically, you could just like wheel around and punch me.
Well, I don't
Or
want
you
you.
can-
You have the opportunity for an opportunity attack.
Or you could make a grapple check to just drag him with you half your move speed. And then he has to either let go or get dragged with you.
I don't really want to punch a Vic. He's too scary. How do I? Is it CMB?
Yep. CMB for grappling.
I'm gonna say I'm flanking.
Well,
There's only a +2 for you, by the way.
Okay, well then that's only a 33 then.
to be fair, I will give Giru guidance too. Just because now has changed motivations. Like
that is
True
your sleight of
neutral.
hand.
Room neutral.
He manages to slip the noose.
we help everybody.
Like you grab him and his belt just comes undone, and you're left holding his belt as he walks off.
Huh?
Is that the fancy $4,000 dex belt?
Yep,
It might be actually, yeah.
it is. Congratulations, you have it now. All right. Do we want to use the sleight of hand roll from before, or would you like me to re-roll?
Just from before. No, actually, just fuck it. Roll me again.
Hell yeah. It's the same roll.
All right.
Suppose you got part of him. Technically.
Huh. Okay. That's. Huh. Okay.
Do I see this happening, or am I too pissed drunk?
I'm pretty sure you're too pissed.
Hiding.
All right,
Yeah.
never mind then.
Okay. You wander over. What do you try to take from somebody?
Anything that feels interesting in their pockets, whether that be the first thing that feels interesting, whether that be a ring, a coin purse, I don't know, maybe a watch.
Oh, a hot dog? No, that's not a hot dog.
That's yep. It feels very interesting in this guy's pocket. Is a lot going on in here.
I think
Every
I-
time we're going to bring this up. The hot dog. It's always there. That looming threat.
Jesus Christ. Your hands close around what must be somebody's wallet. Just like some wealthy guy's wallet. You pull away, and it's like one of the, it's a billfold, like it's an old style billfold. And you just walk away, keep going. You don't think that the person noticed you.
Okay, well, I don't like the way you phrase that. I don't think the person noticed. Am I about to
You
face a
robbed a rich person at like the most fucking expensive venue in the entire city. I'm sorry, but actions have consequences.
Oh, well,
Everyone was screaming at you to not do this.
No,
Alright, well, I think I get away.
helps.
Giru thinks he gets away with it then.
He does. He thinks he gets away with it.
Do I know who I took it from?
I think you could. You're at least sober enough that you can remember the pocket that it went into, or that your hand went into.
You know what? You know, just because I'm feeling, I'm not superstitious, but I am feeling a little stitious. I am going to roll to put it back.
A little stitious.
You should.
Okay. You make like a circuit around the room, and you come back. You're like, I win. And you like go and shove it back in. Like it doesn't really go in, and just falls to the fucking ground. And like the guy like kind of like, what? And like looks around to you, and he's like, who are you?
This fell out of your pocket, and I was trying to put it back.
He just looks down to me. He's like,
Just
Okay.
constantly bad roll. walls.
He just like leans down, like gets most of the way off, and you see him like start to tip over out of his fucking chair. But he like gets to the floor, grabs it, and then like manages to catch himself. And he's like,
So I go over and I try to steal from this guy.
he like
Oh my
pulls
god.
himself back up and puts his wallet into his coat. And he's like, "Thanks, buddy." And he just
Well,
looks
I
and
got-
turns away.
Please don't mention it.
What we gotta do is we gotta start a conga line, and each person who goes by tries to steal this guy's wallet.
Yeah.
I
And then
don't
it's
know
like
that.
we-
It's
and then we
time to
just put it back.
shine.
Mhm.
Okay, so you guys spend the amount of time that you desire to spend here. I guess enough time passed, you get closer to midnight. Where you guys, I know the two of you are going to be going back to the party house. Where does everybody else go?
Sven goes to the magic guy whose name I'm blanking on again.
Jean? Luke?
No,
The card.
fucking black.
Which would be possible if it wasn't midnight.
Damn. Okay, never mind. He'll pick up his shield tomorrow.
We can say that you did that earlier.
Respawn.
Okay.
That's fine.
Is it all +1'd up?
Yeah, it is.
Hell yeah.
It's like
I
that.
love that.
Vic and Fernix, where do you go?
Guess I'm probably going back to the chapter house.
Yeah.
We've got the room there. I'm like, well, at this point, thought of food seems positively sickening. Suppose that means I've eaten to bursting.
Well,
Shut up, Sven!
suppose that's better than the incredible amount of damage the rest of the group seems to be giving to their liver every night. But, well, guess it's not hurting them enough to prevent them from doing it again the next day.
I'm gonna roll to take
Well.
the liver.
Well, what can I say? Healing does provide a little bit more time than we'd probably get with this level of partying.
Yes, I suppose it wouldn't it?
And I'm shocked most humans aren't dead by 30. They drink like this.
Well, I think the three of them have a bit of special circumstance.
Right. And, well, I mean, Sven isn't that drunk. As
No.
drunk as those two.
No. I think we may have left Daxius at the table.
Yeah,
Oh, shit, I'm alone.
sort of assumed that he would find his own way home.
It's right. I can't carry all three of them, so I'm just not going to try.
Yeah. I'm my own man. I can
Yeah,
walk myself home.
I would just be dragging him, which is probably a lot worse than just waiting for him to wake up.
I mean, I suppose we could go get the Bardo,
Oh, right.
one of the
been-
horses.
I've been kind of a little bit. I suppose I didn't want to think about it too much since the incident.
Maybe it's best we just let them figure things out on their own.
Right.
Yeah.
Don't want to wake the horses up this late anyway. They'll be pissing all over the stables and
Pissing?
whatever it is horses do when they're angry. Bite people's hands.
Well, I know your host is that, but I don't know that that's... anyway, I'm not an expert in horses. I think they'll be fine.
he does that for most any reason.
Yes, I noticed that.
As a show of affection. Which is terrifying.
Is that why you took up the healing arts? Is because your horse kept breaking people's fingers?
No, it's much more much I wanted a way to make money quickly. And none of the priests felt the need to sit down and tell me that it was not a good idea. I guess they probably assumed I would figure it out on my own. But it's been fun enough, despite what the way my horse might act. I mean, I barely even needed to heal his wounds at all. Most things just tend to ignore him.
Probably out of fear for their own safety.
Of course, most does kick rather hard.
Yes. Horses, they're very strange, aren't they?
That they are. Speaking of which, I suppose I'd be a horse's ass if we delayed for too long getting back.
Are we going to pick them up, or are we just leaving them there?
I suppose we should be nice.
I'll go see if there's a wheelbarrow.
Right.
I'm fine to walk, but I can carry Daxius. He's small.
I could walk myself. It's fine. He pushes himself off from the table and stumbles, almost falling over, but he steadies himself. I'm fine.
Let's see. Didn't I have a purify blood spell? No,
Ooh,
not
that
this time.
sounds. Got my hopes up.
I don't think they'd appreciate that as much as you. They might say they would. Because that would make you completely non-drunk.
Oh yes.
Oh, completely?
Yes.
Oh.
No. If there was such a spell.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I appreciate the concern, but just I can walk myself. And he just awkwardly turns away and just starts stumbling towards the door.
Just gonna sit and watch, see how far he makes it.
How far does he make it?
Probably walk with you.
No, hold on.
He makes it like 6 steps before falling over.
Oh.
Well.
Alright, well.
I'm
If somebody picks his ass up.
Yeah, Vic can carry him.
I just channel energy reflexively on seeing that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Then you guys make your separate ways, or deposit people and then make your separate ways.
Mm-hmm.
With Daxius and Grugamesh ending up back at the party house. Sven going back to the chapter house. And Fernix and Vic'Talion also going back to the chapter house. Alright. I figure that's a night for you guys.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll
Sounds
just
like
tell
it.
my followers that the meeting's postponed till tomorrow morning.
Giru still goes up on the roof.
Fair
What
enough.
are we doing next, party?
We'll be
Good
figuring that
question.
out next week. However, everybody settles into sleep. And for most of you, it's pretty much a restful sleep. But, we're gonna end with this. Fernix, you wake up. Sound of people walking around. Voices talking. Sounds like there's sound of glasses being moved around. You honestly think for a second you might be back in the trophy room, maybe you passed out. And you just hear footsteps and somebody just sighs and said, "Oh stars, damn it, Terex. I knew I'd find you here." And that is where we're going to end for tonight.
Oh shit.
All right.
That's the same name you heard coming out,
Sven-
right?
Sven's having a bad dream in the room beside
the other
you.
room.
Like
That
there's
had
a
a-
bowl of wet food so tantalizingly close, but he can't reach it.
Yeah, it's the
Alright.
guy in the flashback had a really, really loud cat with him. That's how he got found.
So, everybody who's been watching, thanks so much for tuning in, and we'll catch you next week at the same time to see what these guys do then. Thanks for watching, and see you on the next episode of Rough Rolling. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Thanks for watching.